Chapter 173. He had not found a way to bend the saber energy yet, but King Yin Chu was not discouraged. He was still thinking about it. Over the past few days, Gu Duxing had been urging the newcomers to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. It was also in full swing. Every day, everyone was out of breath several times. Imo Qingwu was dancing and cheering them on. Imo Chengyu's injury was also getting better by the day. In the afternoon, Wu Qianqian was sifting through the news. In order to interrupt Minister Chu's silly laughter, she deliberately read out some unimportant news. Minister Chu was like a mountain. He turned a deaf ear. However, when Wu Qianqian read out a very ordinary piece of news, King of Hell Chu suddenly straightened his back. His eyes shot out a frightening divine light. This kind of divine light was unprecedented. It made Wu Qianqian jump in fright. Her heart skipped a beat. At the south gate of the city, two people just came in, one old and one young. Both of them had a noble temperament. The old man was hale and hearty, and the young man was handsome and elegant. He was holding a purple jade flute. The three words purple jade flute made Chu Yang jump up as if he had been electrocuted. In his memory, Imo Tianji was Changdong's purple jade flute. He never left his side. First, it was for entertainment. Second, it was also a unique weapon. Plus, that flute had its own mechanism. It was very powerful. This news made Chu Yang think, could it be that Imo Tianji finally came to Ironcloud Citadel? Half a year ago, he still hated this name to the bone. But now, when he heard this name again, he felt complicated and had mixed feelings. First, find out where these two people are. Chu Yang ordered in a hurried tone. What? Wu Qianqian did not expect Chu Yang's reaction to be so intense and strange. She did not know how to react. This old man and the young one with the purple jade flute. Find out where they are as soon as possible. Chu Yang's Dao eyes flashed with an indescribable light. 2 hours later, the sky was already dark. Chu Yang, wearing a green robe, went to the entrance of a tavern called Yulai. After asking around, he went up to the second floor and came to a room. He gently knocked on the door. Who is it? A steady voice asked in a very indifferent tone, blowing through the heavenly lake. Only I hold the purple jade flute. Chu Yang said softly, the mysteries of heaven are hard to predict, but the mysteries of heaven can be predicted. The room suddenly became completely silent. After a long time, an elegant voice slowly said, interesting. Please come in. The door opened, revealing an old man's handsome face. He looked at Chu Yang with vigilance. The moment Chu Yang saw this old man, he felt a stabbing pain in his mind. The scene of him being besieged on the wind thunder platform in the upper three heavens flashed across his mind like lightning. The old man in front of him was one of the 3 king-level experts that had besieged him. You are? The old man asked doubtfully. Friend. Chu Yang smiled and said, Imo Chengyu is with me? Ah, please come in. The old man's face suddenly turned serious. His eyebrows and the corners of his eyes revealed an unconcealable joy as he moved sideways to make way. Chu Yang took a deep breath and stepped into the door. Inside the door, a young man in white stood straight. His hands were sparkling with a purple light. A purple jade flute quietly flowed with a magnificent luster. His forehead was full and his face was like jade. His eyebrows were long and his eyes were deep like 2 bottomless pools. His whole body was snow white and his hair was like a waterfall. His face was white and delicate like a girl's. However, it was full of a scholarly aura that revealed his wisdom. There was also a faint sense of fierceness. Chu Yang's heart shook. For a moment, the previous life and the current life seemed to overlap. Then, in an instant, they became mottled and distant. It could be said that Chu Yang was extremely familiar with this face. His best friend in the previous life. His only friend. However, he was the main culprit who caused him to lose his life. Imo Tianji. While Chu Yang was looking at Imo Tianji's deep eyes were also looking at Chu Yang's face. Imo Tianji's eyes faintly carried a hint of intelligence, but he still smiled elegantly and said, Honored guest, please take a seat. How can you say that I'm an honored guest if I don't come by myself? Chu Yang said indifferently, When I first came to the lower 3 heavens, Those who came to find me were either enemies or honored guests. Mo Tianji smiled faintly and said gently, "And you are obviously not my enemy? Why are you so sure that I'm not your enemy?" Chu Yang was aggressive. "If you were my enemy, I would have died without a burial place." Mo Tianji smiled and turned to the table. He took out a small package from the bed and quietly opened it. Then, he picked up the teapot on the table and used his hand to carefully pinch a small handful of tea from the package. He put it into the teapot. Then, he poured boiling water into the teapot and used a white cloth to block the opening of the teapot. He poured the water out and then poured boiling water into the teapot again. He loosened his hand and gently placed the teapot on the table. He said indifferently, "Old Fong, you can leave. I want to say a few words to this friend." When he was doing all this, his expression was focused. Every movement was methodical, but it was also full of rhythm. It did not make people feel the slightest bit annoyed. Instead, it made people feel that his every movement was graceful and moving. It was filled with the aura of nobility. "Second young master," the old man awkwardly called out. "He came to see me, and as soon as he came in, Quima made a sharp remark to me, but did not speak of business. I was busy with the mad tea, and he was in no hurry." Quima Zhan waited in silence, and this self-possession proved that he was not the sort of man to be impatient, which did not accord with the aggressiveness of his words. After he came in, he only looked at me and asked me. Obviously, he had something to say to me and did not want a third person to hear. Mo Tianji smiled and said, "So, you go out and don't eavesdrop." When he said this, his eyes were flat and his tone was gentle and natural. However, it was filled with a kind of power that could control everything. This was Mo Tianji. Chu Yang praised in his heart. Just by listening to his words and looking at his actions, he knew that this second young master of the Mo clan had far surpassed his peers. Even Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang, who would be as famous as him in the future, were far inferior to him at this moment. Chu Yang also knew the reason for this point. The current Gu Duxing and the others did not have the same experience as Mo Tianji. Therefore, they were not very mature. Moreover, these people were born of concubines. After being deprived of their inheritance rights, they did not have much pressure. However, the current Mo Tianji and his elder brother Mo Tianyun were both born of the main wife. Moreover, they were both equally outstanding. The competition between the two brothers had already reached a climax. The current Mo Tianji was equivalent to being tempered 1,000 times. His every move revealed the demeanor of a great general. The old man nodded and walked out of the room. Only the sound of footsteps could be heard as he went down the stairs. "Please sit. May I know your name?" Mo Tianji still did not raise his head. His right hand covered the teapot and gently shook it. Every shake was filled with a strange rhythm. Chu Yang. Chu Yang slowly walked in and sat opposite him. He sat down with a golden blade and did not treat himself as an outsider. In his previous life, the thing that annoyed him the most was Xian Tianji's indifferent attitude. When he saw him like this, he wanted to grab his scalp and beat him up. He did not expect to see him again today. "Don't be impatient. Let me brew some tea for you," Mo Tianji gently explained. Chu Yang chuckled and quietly looked at the steam rising from the teapot. He also did not say a word. "You are the minister of Butian Pavilion, King Chu, right?" Mo Tianji still did not raise his head. His expression was focused on the teapot. His eyes were filled with profoundness. "I really did not expect the world-famous king of Hell Chu to be so young." "Oh?" Chu Yang asked with interest. "How did you know?" "When Brother Chu came in earlier," he said, "Mo Chengyu is with me." Mo Tianji gently smiled and said, "With this sentence, I can determine your identity. I would like to hear the details." Chu Yang tilted his head and quietly said. What he enjoyed the most was listening to Mo Tianji's analysis of something that did not make sense. Moreover, it was close to the truth. It could be said that Mo Tianji had a great influence on the way he conducted himself and the way he did things since his rebirth. We were separated by the Hayamo clan. The Hayamo clan would have cut off the roots. As for my little sister's side, they are the weakest side. My little sister also has the 3 meridian. She had great potential. Therefore, the Hayamo clan would have chosen to eliminate her first. Imo Tianji casually said, at that time, if Imo Chengyu wanted to protect my little sister, he would not have been able to do it without paying a great price. Therefore, the best outcome was to escape. When escaping, there is a limit to one's strength. The Hayamo clan had many people and powerful martial arts. If no one helped them, they would have been able to escape for a while. But in the end, they would have fallen into the hands of the Hayamo clan. If Imo Chengyu was with you, then my little sister must also be with you. If she was not with you, then Imo Chengyu would have been long gone. Imo Tianji smiled and explained without waiting for Chu Yang to ask. Facing the encirclement of the Hayamo clan, the only person who could help them at this time must be a powerful person. At least in Ironcloud Citadel, this person must be able to cover the sky with one hand. Imo Tianji calmly said, moreover, this person must be extremely intelligent to be able to protect the two of them in an impossible situation. This is because the Hayamo clan would not care about your worldly power. Even if you were a powerful person, if you could not come up with a convincing explanation, you would only anger them and cause rivers of blood to flow. Therefore, this person must be extremely intelligent. Chu Yang nodded and said, that makes sense. In Ironcloud Citadel, there are 3 such people. The first is Tai Bu Tian, the second is Tai Long Chung, and the third is you, King of Hell Chu. Imo Tianji faintly smiled. Tai Bu Tian and Tai Long Chung would not cause this kind of trouble. They would not dare to take the risk, because all of Ironcloud is on their shoulders. Imo Tianji said casually, but how can you be sure that King of Hell Chu would take the risk? Chu Yang provoked. Chapter 174. Because the current Butian Pavilion would not be able to do what King of Hell Chu did, Imo Tianji said, but King of Hell Chu still did it, and he succeeded. This person does not like to take risks, but he has been forced by the situation to take risks. And I just entered the city less than 2 hours ago. When I entered this inn, I did not even have time to open my bag before you came knocking on my door. Tai Budian can also do the same, but he won't take the risk. And you said, blowing through the heavens, only I can control the purple jade flute, and heaven's secrets are hard to predict. Heaven's secrets can be predicted. These words show that you know who I am. King of Hell Chu's surname is Chu, and your name is Chu Yang. Imo Tianji casually concluded, so, you are King of Hell Chu. At this time, the tea in his hand had just finished brewing. Imo Tianji took a teacup from the table and gently pushed it in front of Chu Yang. He gently lifted his wrist, and a wisp of green tea slowly poured into the teacup. Steam rose and covered his face. When the teacup was full, he said the last sentence on this topic, with so many clues, if you are not King of Hell Chu, then I can only say that I, Imo Tianji, am blind. Ha ha ha, you are really amazing. Chu Yang looked at the tea in front of him with interest and asked, is this the legendary Tianji tea? Not really. Imo Tianji poured a cup for himself and slowly sat down. Tianji tea has Tianji tea scale, Tianji pot, Tianji cup, Tianji water, and Tianji tea. Only Imo Tianji can personally brew tea for it to be Tianji tea. Imo Tianji said apologetically, but when you're outside, Brother Chu can only drink Tianji tea and Imo Tianji's tea. It cannot be considered a complete Tianji tea. I see. Chu Yang picked up the teacup and took a sip. He smiled and said, actually, I did not taste Imo Tianji's tea. Imo Tianji laughed and said, as long as Brother Chu is willing, one day, you will taste Imo Tianji's tea. These words clearly meant that as long as Brother Chu was his friend, he would naturally know who Imo Tianji was. Yes. Chu Yang nodded and said, but this tea is too expensive. I'm afraid I can't afford it. Imo Tianji thoughtfully looked at him. He remained silent for a while. Then, he asked, how is my younger sister Xiao Wu? He had always been very calm, but when he asked this question, a hint of urgency flashed through his eyes. In fact, his eyes were filled with worry. He had not dared to ask and had been using bohai tea to calm his mind. However, even now, when he finally asked, his voice was still unable to calm down. Imo Tianji cared for his younger sister more than an ordinary brother and sister. Moreover, Mo Tianji could faintly smell something ominous from Chu Yang's words. You saved my sister, so why can't you afford to drink my tea? Even if you want to drink it for an entire lifetime, you still have it. But you said that you can't afford it. It's obvious that something's wrong with my sister. Mo Tianji did not say these words out loud, but his heart was very clear. That was why he lost his composure. There's one thing that I'm very puzzled about. Chu Yang drank his tea and casually said, Brother Mo has always been known as a heavenly secret. Your wisdom is outstanding, and your plans are flawless. Very few things can escape your eyes. Brother Mo has shown this ability just now. I firmly believe in Brother Mo's wisdom. But at that time, when you heard that an ancient site had appeared, Brother Mo hurriedly went there. It seemed that you did not suspect that it was a trap. Chu Yang put down the teacup and raised his head with a bang sound. He looked straight into Mo Tianji's sharp eyes. They were like two sharp blades. He coldly said, This is completely inconsistent with Brother Mo's wisdom. It was also because of your carelessness that Xiaowu fell into a trap and got hurt. I want to hear Brother Mo's explanation for this matter. Mo Tianji suddenly tightened his grip on the teacup. He lowered his head, but Chu Yang could clearly feel a pair of sharp eyes coldly looking at him from behind his black hair. What status do you have to ask me to explain to you? Mo Tianji lowered his head and coldly said, Even if you don't explain, I can guess a thing or two. Could it be that your sister is also a stumbling block to your clan's hegemony? Chu Yang fiercely said, Your sister has always been on good terms with you. Everyone knows this. If something happens to your sister, no one will suspect you. Mo Tianji, isn't that right? What are you trying to say? Mo Tianji slowly raised his head and looked at Chu Yang. Am I, Mo Tianji, that kind of person? If something happens to your sister, and it's actually so coincidental, right after Mo Tianyun left, Mo Tianyun will definitely not be able to escape suspicion. As long as the clan is angry and blames Mo Tianyun, you will have a chance. And you are also a legitimate son. You have always been on par with Mo Tianyun. At this time, you only need to say one word, and you can replace him. Chu Yang said coldly, losing a biological sister in exchange for a lifetime of being able to dance with the wind and clouds and wield great power. He slightly leaned forward and got close to Mo Tianji's eyes. He deeply said, Even though you will feel guilty for a lifetime, this transaction can still be done. It's still very worthwhile. Don't you think so? Second young master Mo? Mo Tianji stared at him and breathed heavily. Suddenly, the teacup in his hand shattered. Then, he suddenly slammed the table. With a crashing sound, the entire table turned into wood chips. He angrily said, Chu Yang, don't judge a gentleman's heart with the heart of a petty person. I, Mo Tianji, would rather kill myself than hurt my sister. You know, what do you know? What do you know? You actually dare to judge me like this. You actually... Mo Tianji gritted his teeth and his eyes suddenly became blood red. If it weren't for the fact that you saved my sister, I would have killed you. With a schwa sound, the old man who had just left jumped out of the window and asked, Second young master, what's wrong? A pair of eyes full of murderous intent looked at Chu Yang. Get out. Get out. Mo Tianji roared and pointed at the window. The old man hesitated for a moment and finally disappeared with a whoosh sound. What's wrong? Did I say something? Are you angry out of humiliation? Chu Yang looked at him mockingly. His heart felt refreshed. In his previous life, Mo Tianji had never lost his composure. Even if all the bones in his body were broken bit by bit, his face would still be elegant and calm. But now, Chu Yang knew that in this world, there was only one person who could make Mo Tianji lose his composure, and that was Mo Qingwu. Mo Tianji's love for this younger sister of his had reached the peak of perfection. So, Chu Yang now used Mo Qingwu to viciously stab him. If not, Mo Tianji would not be able to tell the truth, because this matter was also the deepest doubt in Chu Yang's heart. Mo Tianji would never have made such a low-level mistake. As for the news that Mo Tianji killed Mo Qingwu to frame Mo Tianyun, it was purely fabricated by Chu Yang to anger Mo Tianji. Others may not understand Mo Tianji's pride, but Chu Yang knew. This person was purely a person who was proud to the end of time. Even if Mo Tianji wanted to succeed, he had to succeed perfectly. Mo Tianji would not want an imperfect success, not to mention using his own sister's death to frame his own brother. Mo Tianji took a few deep breaths and slowly sat down. He asked indifferently, "How is Xiao Wu?" "You speak first," Chu Yang said coldly. Mo Tianji took a deep breath and his emotions miraculously calmed down. He could see from Chu Yang's eyes that if he did not speak, King of Hell Chu would not give in. "In this life, you are the first," Mo Tianji said softly, "to be able to force me to speak the words I did not want to, as expected of King of Hell Chu." "Amazing." Mo Tianji smiled. "You will pay for this debt one day. I have no interest in listening to your nonsense." Chu Yang said indifferently, "Your identity as the second duke of the Mo clan cannot intimidate me." That day, we arrived at Lian Yun mountain range. I heard that there were ruins there, but I did not pay attention. Zhang Tianji's eyes were a little disappointed, but when I saw a piece of purple crystal fragment, I began to believe it. "It is this piece." Mo Tianji took out a piece of purple crystal and placed it on the table. This was found under the bed of the hunter we stayed at. That hunter did not know what this was. At that time, Old Fong felt that there seemed to be energy fluctuations in the room. After searching carefully, he found it in a pile of junk under the bed. When he asked the hunter, he had already forgotten where it came from. He only said that he picked it up from the mountains. Mo Tianji smiled bitterly. Chu Yang held the piece of purple crystal and looked at it. This was a piece of purple crystal that was shaped like a horn. It was very thin and was at most as thick as 2 pieces of paper. Although it had obviously been cleaned by Mo Tianji, there were still some traces of dirt left behind by the years. When I saw it, I did not expect it to be a purple crystal. Mo Tianji smiled. Purple crystal. In this world, purple crystal could be said to be a priceless treasure. The energy it contained could allow people who knew how to extract it to advance their cultivation. Moreover, it was incomparably pure. This secret was only known to a few core members of the big clans. This piece of purple crystal needs to be looked at against a lamp or sunlight. Mo Tianji reminded. Chu Yang lit the oil lamp in the room and placed the purple crystal near the lamp. He looked at it, and suddenly his whole body shook. This horn-shaped amethyst chip actually had something else inside it. There was actually a clear picture of a palm. In the center of the palm, there were 4 small words. Master of the world. Master of the world. Chu Yang's heart shook. These 4 words might not be known to ordinary people, but when one reached a certain level, they would know that these 4 words represented a peerless martial artist. 3,000 years ago, there was a wise man in the Chongtian continent. He started practicing martial arts when he was 20 years old. He started from an ordinary sect, but with his supreme wisdom, he changed his sect's mental cultivation method and rushed to the revered martial artist realm in the lower 3 heavens. After that, he entered the upper 3 heavens and randomly chose a clan to be his disciple. He actually took a different path from the clan's martial arts mental cultivation method and created his own unique martial arts. Just like that, he rose to the top and became the overlord of the upper 3 heavens. Chapter 175. This person's wisdom and comprehension of martial arts were unparalleled in the world. This was publicly acknowledged by everyone who knew of him. Any trash martial arts, as long as it was in his hands, would be able to turn it into something magical. This person's surname was Xiao. Xiao Fengyun was his name. Even his name was given by himself. It meant laughing at the wind and clouds. Legend has it that his highest achievement was a peak-grade martial monarch, dancing in the sky, laughing at the wind and clouds, controlling the world, the universe and the heart. These words were Xiao Fengyun's evaluation of himself at that time. In the eyes of this eccentric person, everything in the world was just this. As long as he put his mind to it, everything would be under his control. Even the rise and fall of a dynasty, the changes in the world, he could control it. He could make decisions. The image of a palm on this purple crystal was Xiao Fengyun's unique symbol. Only such a crazy person would use a palm to represent himself. Everything in the world was under his control. This purple crystal reminded Chu Yang of the purple crystal jade essence on his chest. The handwriting on his purple crystal jade essence was exactly the same as the image on this purple crystal. Meng Chaoran once said that even a martial monarch with a low level of cultivation would find it difficult to leave words like this. That remnant only appeared after it collapsed. Countless people went to search for it, but they found nothing. Mo Tianji said, "When I saw this purple crystal, I knew that I had been sucked in." Chu Yang finally understood. Seeing such a thing, even if it was him, he would also be attracted to it. For a martial artist, this was definitely a great temptation. On the second day, I left behind 2 gold tails for the hunter and took this purple crystal. Then I went to Lianyun Mountain. Mo Tianji said, 100 taels of gold. That's really cheap. Just this purple crystal alone was worth more than 100 taels of gold. Not to mention, there was such an earth-shattering secret behind it. 100 taels of gold is really too much. I wanted to leave 100 taels of silver for him. Mo Tianji said casually, for such a poor hunter, even 10 taels of gold would be enough to cause his death. But if I took it without telling him, I would feel uneasy. So I left it behind. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Mo Tianji had this ability. He was always able to see through people's thoughts without them realizing it. Then, he would explain it to them before they even had the time to ask. Talking to him sometimes felt like listening to him talking to himself. As long as he doesn't want you to interrupt, then you won't even have the chance to speak. On the second day, I brought Old Fong, Mo Chengyu, and little sister to the ruins. The ruins are located at the bottom of a cliff, about 1,000 feet deep. It was almost vertical. I was afraid that my little sister would get hurt. Plus, at the bottom of this cliff, I did not know what kind of strange, poisonous beasts were lurking. I was not at ease, so I let Mo Chengyu and my little sister wait at the top. Mo Tianji smiled bitterly. Chu Yang pondered with rapt attention. If it were him, he wouldn't have brought his little sister, who was only 8 years old, to such a dangerous place. It was only after we went down that we discovered that below us was a lake of kerosene. We searched several places, but did not find anything. Right this moment, we heard a person on the other side of the cliff laughed and said, "Imoer Xiaoya, why did you come to this kind of dangerous place?" This makes us, the Black Devils, overjoyed. Then, there was a huge fire. The kerosene was dozens of feet thick, but it suddenly caught fire. Brother Chu, you can imagine how difficult it was for me at that time. Mo Tianji smiled bitterly. The entire cliff was on fire. The raging flames reached hundreds of feet into the sky. Although I was very anxious and knew that my little sister must have been ambushed, there was nothing I could do. Mo Tianji took a deep breath. I used my purple crystal jade flute. Old Fong and I took turns to use our strength to create a passage that led straight to the belly of the mountain. However, we only managed to create a passage for a few hundred feet before we ran out of strength. The fire was so big that even the mountain walls were scorched red. What was the use of a few hundred feet? Fortunately, the heavens always leave a way out. At the last moment, we accidentally opened up a path to the cave of martial monarch Xiao Fengyun. That was how we escaped with our lives. When Mo Tianji said this, he spoke very slowly. His eyes quietly looked at Chu Yang's face, not letting go of any slight expression on his face. The remains of a martial lord. In the Double Heaven continent, no matter who it was an enormous temptation. No one would be able to remain indifferent when they suddenly heard such news. If Chu Yang showed a bit of greed now, Mo Tianji would immediately change his attitude towards him. "Stop!" Chu Yang shouted. "I am not interested in what you got. No matter what you got, it has nothing to do with me." Mo Tianji's eyes flashed strangely and he asked, "Why? This kind of martial monarch-level treasure is sought after like a flock of ducks. Are you not curious at all?" "I have my own martial techniques and my own path," Chu Yang said indifferently. "I only want to walk my own path. I don't want a fork in my path. Even if it is a supreme martial artist's legacy, it is still a fork in the road for me." Mo Tianji's eyes shone brightly. He carefully looked at Chu Yang for a while and said, "Brother Chu is indeed amazing." He thought for a while and said thoughtfully, "Brother Chu, Your way of doing things is similar to mine. Chu Yang thought carefully for a while and answered seriously. Then you should also know why this purple crystal chip is so attractive to me. Mo Tianji sighed softly. Even if it is a supreme martial artist legacy, it may not make me, Mo Tianji, greedy. But this remains. I must have it. Chu Yang completely understood. In Mo Tianji's life, although he had a top-level cultivation, he did not personally fight many times. He was used to using his intelligence to solve problems. His habit was to not fight if he could. He liked to control. On this point, he had some similarities with Diwu Qingro. And this martial monarch-level expert, Xiao Fengyun, who left behind the remains, happened to be this kind of person. His controlling the world was actually a special type of cultivation that belonged to intelligence. This kind of thing was the most attractive thing in the world to Mo Tianji. The Heimo Bajia was lying in ambush there at that time. Mo Tianji said slowly, they were only lying in ambush on top of the cliff. Or, they were following us. I went deep into the cliff and gave them a golden opportunity. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a lake of kerosene. Even more so. Haha, this matter, or should I say, is a coincidence. When Mo Tianji said this, his tone was calm, but Chu Yang could clearly hear the helplessness in his tone. There was a hint of coldness in his calm tone. My little sister. How is she? Mo Tianji asked this question for the third time. At this point, the matter had been explained clearly. There was no need to ask anymore. Although Mo Tianji did not know why King of Hell Chu was so obsessed with this matter, he could feel that if he did not explain clearly, Chu Yang would definitely not tell him about his little sister. She was slashed here by the Black Demon Sword King. Chu Yang extended a finger and pointed at his chest, stopping there. Mo Tianji's face immediately turned pale. He fell powerlessly on the chair and muttered, her 3 meridians are destroyed? His little sister did not die. This was already confirmed. If she was injured normally, Chu Yang would not point out the specific location. And this location was the Coldine meridians for a girl. And Mo Qingwu's location was even more crucial. It was the intersection of her 3 meridians. Yes, Chu Yang said calmly. Mo Tianji clenched his fists tightly. Then, he loosened them. Then, he clenched them again. His pale face gradually turned purple. He said in a low voice, I won't let you off. Who? Chu Yang was shocked and asked. Mo Tianji raised his head and closed his eyes. After a while, he said, Brother Chu, this matter has nothing to do with you. I will immediately take my little sister and return for 3 days. After returning? Chu Yang asked. After returning, I will do my best to protect my little sister. Mo Tianji's eyes flashed with a trace of pain. Can you protect her? Chu Yang sneered. Mo Tianji, you are only the second prince. Can you protect her if she stays here? Mo Tianji snorted and asked. Chu Yang's words undoubtedly touched Mo Tianji's sore spot. But Mo Tianji's expression did not change. He quietly asked a rhetorical question, which also made Chu Yang unable to resist. Chu Yang was silent. Both of them knew what the other was worried about, but neither of them said anything. They kept pushing back and forth like a riddle. I like her very much. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, I don't want her to receive some unfair treatment when she returns to the clan. What kind of like are you referring to? Mo Tianji's eyes suddenly became frighteningly sharp. They were like 2 sharp swords that directly pierced Chu Yang's heart. If I say, the love between a man and a woman, what would you think? Would you believe me? Chu Yang smiled quietly. Haha. Mo Tianji laughed out loud. He shook his head and said, Brother Chu, your words aren't funny at all. Mo Tianji hadn't been amused by someone for a long time. But he couldn't bear it this time. Because this time, the person who said this sentence was King of Hell Chu. Is it really that funny? Chu Yang was depressed. Okay, I will not discuss this with you. Mo Tianji tried hard to control himself, but he still felt that he could not control himself. After a long time, he solemnly said, Where is Xiao Wu now? Take me there. There is one more thing. I think it is better to tell you. Chu Yang said, What is it? I think I can cure Xiao Wu's 3 meridians. Chu Yang said somewhat hesitantly, "No, I can't do it for now. I need time, or a year or 2 years." "Brother Chu is a doctor?" Mo Tianji was startled. Cough cough, no. Ha ha ha. I am grateful for Brother Chu's kind intentions. When I return to the clan, I will certainly pass on Brother Chu's words to my father. Mo Tianji sighed softly. His words clearly meant that he did not believe Chu Yang's words. Chapter 176. When Chu Yang and Mo Tianji walked out of the inn, the sky was already dark and the moon had yet to rise. Chu Yang looked at the dark night and suddenly had a feeling in his heart. Did Mo Tianji in my previous life slowly transform into the master of calculation and manipulation Mo Tianji after obtaining this controlling the world? In the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, the 5 youths were practicing martial arts. Today, there was an obvious difference in the mental appearance of the 5 people. All of them looked like they had excess energy. Over the past few days, everyone had become addicted to looking for abuse. Breaking through their limits 3 times a day had become a must-have. Every day, they would gather together to fight and perfect their own martial arts problems. Everyone felt that they had benefited greatly. With this kind of enthusiasm, even though the 1-month deadline had not even passed yet, everyone felt that they would definitely be able to break through it. In this way, everyone couldn't help but feel a little intoxicated. 1 level in 1 month, 2 levels in 2 months. If this was the case, wouldn't they be Emperor level in 4 to 5 years? In 10 years, they would be Supreme level? When they thought of this beautiful future, everyone felt as if they had taken an aphrodisiac, in such an excited mood. GMO couldn't hold back the ecstasy in his heart. He called Luo Ku Di out for a spar, and then beat Luo Ku Di up in the name of a spar to vent the ecstasy in his heart. Luo Ku Di found Rue Butong with a bloody nose and a swollen face and beat Rue Butong up. Dong Wushang excitedly went to challenge Gu Duxing, and was ruthlessly beaten up by Gu Duxing. So, in order to vent his anger, Dong Wushang grabbed GMO and gave him a good beating. Rue Butong was the weakest among them and had nowhere to vent his anger. At night, when Luo Ku Di was asleep, he covered him with a sack and dragged him out to beat him up like a pig. Thus, from that night onwards, the War of the 5 Nations officially kicked off. Every day was as miserable as a slaughterhouse. Gu Duxing improved the fastest and was the most powerful among them. He was fully deserving of being the boss and was also the one who rarely got injured. However, the other 4 were bruised and swollen almost every day. The worst thing was that Chu Yang would be humbly invited out by GMO and the others whenever he went back during this period. "Boss, I hope you can give me some advice. I feel that this place is very negligent." Then, he gave his boss a stern warning. Luo Ku Di also imitated Chu Yang's example and came over to compare notes with Chu Yang's leg techniques. Dong Wushang was more restrained in his attacks because he had a favor to ask. If he wanted this saber, he had to rely on Chu Yang, so he didn't dare to be presumptuous. As for Rue Budan, he was now completely trapped in Gu Duxing's special shaving. Chu Yang remembered all these in his heart. He looked at GMO and Luo Ku Di with a meaningful look in their eyes. "Damn it! Did you enjoy beating me up during this period of time? You'll be begging me in the future. At that time, if I don't teach you a lesson, I won't be surnamed Chu." These days, Mo Qingwu was also the happiest person. Every day, there were so many big brothers playing with her, and all of them were envious of her saber. Little Luo's vanity was greatly satisfied. So every day, she squinted her beautiful eyes and squatted at the door, watching the big brothers fight like monkeys. From time to time, she would jump up and cheer. As for Mo Chengyu, his injuries were getting better. He had already recovered half of his martial power, but his face was also getting uglier. That night, after finishing their homework for the day, it was Luo Kudi's turn to cook. While everyone angrily cursed the food, after finishing their meal, they worked together to give Luo Kudi a good beating. Rue Butong used a lot of strength. While they were messing around, Gu Duxing suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, "Someone is coming." Following his words, the 4 of them immediately dispersed and smoothed out the messy ground. In the next moment, they were sitting by the stone table and drinking tea in a very comfortable manner. 17351. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox, each of them was talking and laughing, graceful and at ease. They did not look like people who had just beaten up a bunch of pigs. The door opened. A man in black and a man in white appeared at the same time. Behind them was an old man. Gu Duxing and the others all looked over at the same time. In the next moment, everyone had different reactions. The man in black was naturally Chu Yang, but the man in white was handsome and tall. His clothes were as white as snow, and his body was tall and straight. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. His every movement was full of grace and elegance. His eyes were gentle and calm, as deep as the cold autumn lake. Second brother, Mo Qingwu shouted happily. Like a swallow, she flew over and threw herself into the arms of the man in white. The man in white was also very excited. Little sister, little Wu, I missed you so much. Come, let your second brother see. You've lost weight? Mo Tianji, who saw his sister, completely lost his elegance and calmness. He was so happy that he laughed heartily. His whole body was filled with warmth and happiness, and his eyes were full of love for Chu Wan. He was used to it. Mo Tianji? Gu Duxing and the others exclaimed at the same time. Other than GMO, everyone had a deep sense of fear in their eyes. The five of them were all geniuses of the big clans in the three heavens. Even in the whole of the three heavens, they were outstanding rising stars. But now, even Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang, who would be as famous as Mo Tianji in the future, felt inferior in front of Mo Tianji. Because the current Mo Tianji was already well-versed in martial arts and could hold his own. This was what the others lacked the most. Luo Kudi's clan and Mo Tianji's clan were enemies. Naturally, they knew how powerful Mo Tianji was. It could be said that among the younger generation of the Mo clan, Mo Tianji was the biggest threat, far more than his big brother Mo Tianyun. The current Mo Tianji did not have the nickname Master of Calculation and Manipulation. But among the younger generation, other than the evil Duke, who appeared and disappeared mysteriously, Mo Tianji was already firmly in the first place. It's so lively here. Mo Tianji's face revealed a gentle smile. Deep in his eyes, there was a trace of sadness and anger. The moment he carried his little sister, he began to use his energy to detect. His little sister's 3 meridians were not damaged. They were completely destroyed. Mo Tianji was incomparably angry at this fact. At the same time, when he saw these people again, Mo Tianji was also shocked. Why were there so many familiar faces gathered here? None of them could be underestimated. Lively? Mo Tianji, do you want to stay and join us in the fun? Luo Kudi crossed his arms and said in a strange tone. No, in our generation, it's enough to have Brother Gu and Brother Dong with you. GMO is even more unnecessary. As for me, it's better not to participate. Mo Tianji smiled warmly and said, Luo Kudi, compared to you, I'm old. Luo Kudi was so angry that his nose became crooked. Mo Tianji's words were clearly isolating Chu Yang. He had elevated Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang, who were the most difficult to deal with, to the same height as himself in the first sentence. GMO was his cousin, and Rue Butong was Gu Duxing's best friend. Moreover, he was only targeting himself. Obviously, he was saying that he did not deserve to be with them. As for the last sentence, I'm old, it made him so angry that his eyes turned black. Mo Tianji, you don't go too far. Luo Kudi immediately flew into a rage. Young people need to have self-restraint. Mo Tianji said gently, otherwise, how can you live in peace? Luo Ergong, when you go home and see your brother, please send my regards. When you see your father, please also send my regards. And your parents and ancestors, I've heard a lot about them. Luo Kudi let out a strange cry and rushed over with a whoosh. Luo Kudi's elder brother, Luo Ku Wu, had once been ambushed by Mo Tianji and had almost lost his life. His father, the clan lord of the Luo clan, Luo Chengtian, had also been schemed against by Mo Tianji and had almost vomited blood in anger. Mo Tianji had said this in order to raise his own status and to suppress Luo Kudi further. How could Luo Kudi bear this? Little wolf. GMO was shocked and hurriedly hugged him. Mo Tianji rarely spoke like this. Although he was smiling elegantly and gently at this moment, it was clear that his heart was in a frenzy. As his cousin, how could GMO not understand his elder cousin's habits? If Luo Kudi really rushed over, then a corpse would appear on the ground in the next moment. Luo Kudi, are you hopelessly stupid? Chu Yang roared angrily. Two king-level masters of the Emo clan are here, and you want to attack the two elders of the Emo clan? Chu Yang really had to hand it to this brainless guy. Two king-level masters were eyeing you covetously. How could you hurt Emo Tianji? Emo Tianji was in a frenzy and had nowhere to vent his anger. Therefore, he deliberately provoked your anger. If you really went up, would you have a good time? Although Chu Yang's words were very impolite, it really woke up the raging Luo Kudi. Looking at Emo Tianji's warm face, he couldn't help but shiver. This guy was too insidious. He snorted angrily and turned his head away, no longer speaking. Brother Chu, I want to talk with you again. Emo Tianji looked at Chu Yang calmly and said indifferently, Okay, at the inn, I treated you to tea. Now, I will treat you to wine. Emo Tianji smiled and said, Please. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang looked at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Heavenly GT and Heavenly G wine were Emo Tianji's original creations. Only people whom Emo Tianji approved of and valued highly would have the honor of being treated by Emo Tianji. Emo Tianji once said, Ordinary people, who can drink my Heavenly GT? Chapter 177. The two of them walked side by side to the lakeside. Emo Tianji took out a small bottle of wine and said, Tianji wine is brewed by me. It can't be compared to the good wine and delicacies that Brother Chu often drinks, but it is my most sincere gift. Thank you. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. In his previous life, I drank your Tianji wine in jars. Today, you only took out a little bit, and you still act like you are pained. Xiao Wu is my little sister. Emo Tianji slowly sat down and looked at the lake. He slowly said, When Xiao Wu was born, Mother was in poor health and couldn't get out of bed. Those years were the most important period of the Mo clan's development. There were internal and external troubles. Father was also very busy. At that time, Big Brother was already able to help, so I coaxed her every day, played with her, and told her stories. Brother Chu, did you know that my little sister, the first sentence she learned in her life, the first time she learned to call someone, was second brother? Mo Tianji's face showed a warm smile. He was satisfied and proud. Every time I hear Xiao Wu call me second brother with a sweet voice, I feel proud and happy. Mother was sick for 3 years, and Xiao Wu, in these 3 years, almost never left my side. Xiao Wu, she's my treasure. When Xiao Wu was 3 years old, she showed a talent for martial arts. The clan identified that Xiao Wu had the rare 3-in meridian. She was a genius, a genius. Mo Tianji's face showed a look of reminiscence. He smiled and shook his head. That year, I was 13 years old. I drank for the first time in my life. I was so happy that I got drunk, and I was beaten by my father. A genius with the 3-in meridian proves that Xiao Wu's life will not be ordinary. Moreover, even when she grows up and has marriage problems, the clan will try to respect her wishes. That way, she will be able to find a satisfactory home. Mo Tianji smiled and said, You know, in a big clan like ours, it is very difficult for a girl to find a happy home that she is willing to return to. In this life, Xiao Wu will not be troubled by love. For a girl, this is the greatest happiness. I sincerely hope that my sister can obtain her Liduo's happiness and become the happiest bride in the heavenly layer continent. I've even decided that on the day my sister gets married, I, Mo Tianji, will do my best to send out invitations to the entire heavenly layer. I want everyone in the heavenly layer to attend my sister's wedding. Everyone must give my sister their blessings. All the happiness in the world will be given to my sister. Give them all to Xiao Wu. Mo Tianji's voice was very low, but it was as if he was shouting with his soul. Chi was talking about his life's Liduo, but it turned out to be his own sister. Moreover, it seemed so powerless to say it at this time. Chu Yang was moved. Mo Tianji's love for Mo Qingwu was within his expectations, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. This pair of siblings had a deep relationship that was beyond anyone's imagination. No wonder in my previous life, Emotionji wanted to kill me even though we were very close friends. Because in this master of calculation and manipulation's heart, the whole world isn't as important as his little sister. No wonder Emotionji sent out 3 king-level experts to deal with me. Because Emotionji's strength at that time was only enough to send out these high-level experts. As for those people before, I'm afraid Emotionji deliberately spread the news to let those people die with me? Does this count as the last time he did his brother's duty? After all, 1 king-level expert is enough to deal with me. Why would so many people die first? Chu Yang's mouth revealed a bitter smile. The past is the past. All these are just guesses. Brother Chu, do you understand my feelings now? Emotionji said slowly. 3 meridian. 3 meridian. The Hayamo people really deserve to die. They destroyed my little sister's 3 meridian. They are so vicious. Once 3 meridian is destroyed, it means that my little sister's whole life has been destroyed by them. Emotionji deeply lowered his head. The Mo clan attaches great importance to aptitude and strength. It attaches great importance to the clan. Outsiders will never be able to imagine the cruelty of this. Once the clan finds out about this, Xiaowu's original position will definitely be lost. And now, my words carry no weight in the clan. My big brother will definitely hit you when you are down. Emotionji said these words through gritted teeth. Brother Chu, I am powerless. Emotionji slowly raised his head, his eyes fixed on the sky as he murmured, You know, right now I am praying. If the heavens can restore my little sister's 3 meridian, even if I, Emotionji, die now, I will do it without hesitation. I will die without hesitation. I really want to keep little Wu with you. I can see that you like her a lot. You can't fake it at all. Emotionji said painfully, Unfortunately, you're too weak right now. Emotionji was talking and Chu Yang was listening. He did not say a word, but his eyes were shining in the night sky. Tomorrow morning, I will take Xiaowu back to the clan. Emotionji took a deep breath and exhaled. Brother Chu, thank you. You saving Xiaowu is saving me, Emotionji. I haven't said these words yet, but I, Emotionji, can give you a promise now. As long as Brother Chu has any difficulties, just say the word, and I, Emotionji, will mobilize the greatest power I can to help you. Emotionji said softly. Promises are the most binding things. They bind the heart and conscience. In my life, I, Emotionji, have never made any promises to anyone, not even to my wife. My promise to Brother Chu will be the only promise I, Emotionji, will make in my life. Chu Yang was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he said, Brother Emo, do you believe me? As long as you say it, I will believe it. Emotionji laughed. Brother Emo has made a promise to me, and I, Chu Yang, will also make a promise to Brother Emo. Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, I will definitely heal Xiaowu's injury. I can't guarantee how long it will take. Maybe a few months or a year or two. Emotionji stared at him for a long time. Then, he smiled and said, I believe you. So, I need you to protect Bo Wu during this period of time when I don't have the ability to cure her. Chu Yang said solemnly, This is also my only request. Emotionji frowned. He stood up and paced back and forth a few times. Then, he let out a deep breath and said, Brother Chu, I won't hide it from you. If Xiaowu stays in the clan like before, I can't do it. Even my father can't do it. No one can doubt my feelings for Xiaowu. But this is a huge benefit for the clan. Right now, I don't have that ability. Emotionji's face was full of pain. I can only promise that after Xiaowu loses her original position, I will protect her. But I can't keep her position. Don't force me to go to war with your Emo clan. Chu Yang said indifferently, If I know that Xiaowu has been wronged, your Emo clan must give me an explanation. Brother Chu, what status do you have to say this? Emotionji shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although I know that you like Xiaowu, your words are too childish. Chu Yang smiled faintly. He thought, Emotionji, you can do anything for Qing Wu. but your feelings are not as good as mine. Thinking about this, Chu Yang felt a little proud. From Mo Tianji's words, he could tell that a conflict between him and the Mo clan was inevitable. Now, Chu Yang only hoped that the Mo clan would not go too far. He stood up and took the bottle of Tianji wine that Mo Tianji handed to him. He pulled out the cork and drank it all in one gulp. Then, he raised his hand and the small wine flask fell into the lake, creating faint ripples. Chu Yang only felt that his heart was at ease. Because of Mo Tianji's words, Chu Yang had untied a deep-rooted knot in his heart. In his previous life, he died because of Mo Tianji's scheme. Chu Yang had always thought that he was betrayed by his best friend. Chu Yang valued his friends very much. Because he did not have many friends, Mo Tianji was the only one. So, he could not tolerate Mo Tianji's betrayal. But now, he did not blame him. Mo Tianji was someone who could give up his life for Mo Qingwu. Moreover, he was Mo Qingwu's brother. Now that Mo Tianji killed his sister, he came to take revenge. Of course. Chu Yang was even certain that if Mo Tianji in his previous life had asked him to commit suicide to atone for his sins after knowing the truth, he would have cut his own throat without any hesitation. When the two returned from the lake, Mo Tianji had already regained his composure. Mo Tianji would never lose his composure in front of so many people. Mo Chengyu lowered his head and walked over with a bit of hesitation. When we get back, I will deal with you. Mo Tianji said coldly. Mo Chengyu, you are very competent. You protected the little miss well. Very well. Mo Chengyu's face was pale and full of guilt. Second brother, come and see. This is the saber that brother Chu Yang gave me. Mo Qingwu happily held the dreaming of a gentle dance saber and ran over with her short legs. Since she had something good, she naturally had to show it off in front of her family. Chu Yang gave you a saber? Mo Tianji looked at Chu Yang questioningly. He took the saber and weighed it in his hand. His eyebrows furrowed. So light. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he looked up at Chu Yang. Red Cloud Steel? How did you know? Gu Duxing was not convinced. When they saw the saber, they did not immediately recognize it. But Mo Tianji did not even pull out the saber. He just looked at the broken scabbard and guessed it. Was his brain really that good? Is it that difficult? Such a lightsaber, it is obviously not made of wood. With brother Chu Yang's love for Xiao Wu, he must have given her something extraordinary. Mo Tianji said casually, as for ordinary treasures, Xiao Wu was born in the Mo clan. What good things have she not seen? It is rare to see something that she likes so much. Shan Wu likes red. Most importantly, when Xiao Wu ran over with the saber, Brother Dong's eyes flashed with envy. Mo Tianji said, a saber that could make the two elders of the Black Saber clan jealous. A saber that Xiao Wu likes. A saber that Chu Yang gave to Xiao Wu. Such a light saber. Mo Tianji smiled at Gu Duxing. Brother Gu? Chapter 178. Just by guessing, Mo Tianji guessed the origin of this saber. Everyone was dumbfounded, admiring his wisdom. Seeing everyone's expression, Mo Qingwu was very proud. She wrinkled her nose and said, my second brother is the best. Little brat. Mo Tianji laughed. With a clang, a red light flashed and dreaming of a Qingwu saber was unsheathed. The night sky was suddenly filled with a gorgeous scene. The dancing starlight actually reflected the dazzling starlight in the nearby lake. The scene was magnificent and incomparable. Good saber. Mo Tianji carefully examined the saber. His eyes flashed. It even has star iron. Then, he saw the words Chu Yang carved on it. At this moment, Mo Tianji's eyes suddenly shrank. He looked at Chu Yang with a very different gaze. His expression was dignified, full of probing and cautiousness. He hugged the saber and bowed deeply. Chu Gu, many thanks. I, Mo Tianji, will remember your kindness. I will never forget it. When others saw this saber, they saw it as a treasured saber. But when Mo Tianji saw this saber, he saw Chu Yang's kindness. Brother Mo is too polite. This saber is just a token of my kindness. Of course, it has a deeper meaning. Not everyone is worth my effort. Chu Yang said bluntly, Brother Emo, it's enough. Besides, I got this by accident. Now that I'm giving it to Xiao Wu, it's perfect. Chu Yang smiled. Got it by accident? Emo Tianji laughed. It's really a coincidence. This saber seems to be a gift from the heavens to my little sister. Yes. Chu Yang's eyes flashed and met Emo Tianji's eyes. Both of them smiled at the same time. Emo Tianji straightened up and said with a relaxed expression, with this saber, maybe. He didn't continue, but his eyes were full of gratitude. Emo Tianji understood that this was Chu Yang's preparation for Emo Qing Wu's return to the clan. He used a peerless saber that could cut through everything. But such a saber was accompanied by a love that was not inferior to his own. Emo Tianji had met Chu Yang by chance, but Chu Yang had saved his younger sister. So, Emo Tianji clearly felt that this affection was very heavy. Emo Tianji didn't like owing people anything, but he couldn't not owe Chu Yang a favor. He had no choice but to owe him. Brother Chu, I heard that Butian Pavilion and Golden Horse Riders Department are in constant conflict. Emo Tianji thought for a while and said, but right now, your Butian Pavilion is too weak. No need. Chu Yang didn't wait for him to finish speaking. Chu Yang had already interrupted him. He insipidly said, I will make use of the world's people, and I will also deceive the world's people. But I, Chu Yang, will not make use of my own sincerity. You just need to send Xiao Wu back safely. As for me, Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, I can't rely on you till the end, right? Emo Tianji smiled appreciatively and said, if that's the case, I will tell Brother Chu a story. He paused for a while and said softly, legend has it that 1,000 years ago, there was a sex fiend who ran amok in the world. He was lustful. Who knows how many good girls were ruined by him? Who knows how many good families were destroyed because of him? Everyone hated him to the bone. But this sex fiend's cultivation was very high. He was already at the level of an emperor-level master. Plus, his movement was so fast that even monarch-level masters would have a hard time catching up to him. That day, a young martial master was getting married. But he met this sex fiend. The bride was very beautiful, and the sex fiend saw her. The bride didn't know any martial arts, so she was taken away by the sex fiend. She was taken to a cave, and it seemed like she would lose her virginity. But the bride was very knowledgeable. She saw a fragrant flower on the side of the cave. She said, if you put that flower on my head and have a good drink with me, I will be your bride today. The sex fiend was very happy. What kind of tricks could a weak girl play? So, he bought some wine and personally put the flower on the bride's head. The bride wasn't good at drinking, so she used tea in place of wine. After drinking, the sex fiend found that he couldn't move at all. He was strangled to death by a weak bride with his own belt. An emperor-level master died in the hands of a weak girl who couldn't even truss a chicken. It became the biggest joke in the world. The sex fiend also knew that flower. It was called 1,000 Miles Incense. But he didn't know that once the 1,000 Miles Incense leaves the ground, the juice of the broken stem will mix with the smell of wine. When it enters the meridians, it will become a special kind of bone-crisp incense. Even a martial saint couldn't escape the fate of going limp. Later, this bone-crisp incense was given a name. It was called Supreme Crisp, which once shocked the entire heavenly layer. It was the best enchanting incense in the heavenly layer. For thousands of years, it was the best enchanting incense in the heavenly layer. This story may be false, but it tells us that no one can be belittled. As long as the method is right, even an ordinary person can kill a supreme martial artist. The key is your wisdom. Can you think of a way? However, there were plenty of ways to do so. Emo Tianji said, Brother Chu, that's why I've always advocated wisdom and not strength. Chu Yang was silent. The next morning, the morning fog was still drifting, and the world was hazy. When Emo Tianji walked out holding Emo Qing Wu's little hand, it seemed that the surroundings were silent. Xiao Wu, we're leaving. Emo Tianji sighed and said softly, You're leaving? Emo Qing Wu opened her big round eyes and said reluctantly, I haven't told Brother Chu Yang. But if your Brother Chu Yang sees you, he will feel bad. Emo Tianji said gently, Xiao Wu also cries. Xiao Wu doesn't look good when she cries. Brother Chu Yang likes you so much. You definitely don't want him to see you look bad, right? Mo Qingwu's tears were about to flow out, but Jiao Kuei bit her lips tightly and nodded vigorously. Yes, I will let Big Brother Chu Yang see me crying. Although she said that, her eyes were already red and her voice was choked with sobs. Let's go. Mo Tianji said slowly, Xiao has to grow up well. When your brother Chu Yang comes to our house, we have to treat him well. Mo Qingwu finally couldn't help but cry. Her little body stood stubbornly at the door and looked at Chu Yang's closed door without blinking. Brother Chu Yang, Xiao Wu is leaving. Xiao Wu will miss you. You have to miss me too. Xiao Wu is leaving. Brother Chu Yang, don't cry. Mo Tianji held his sister's hand and walked out of the door step by step. With every step, Mo Qingwu stopped and turned her head, looking hopefully at Chu Yang's door. Her thin teeth had already bitten deeply into her small red lips, leaving a row of teeth marks. She looked back 3 times with every step. When they finally reached the gate of the courtyard, Mo Qingwu suddenly broke free from Mo Tianji's hand. She turned around and ran 2 steps back. Then, she stopped and looked at the courtyard in a daze. Suddenly, she shouted, Brother Chu Yang, don't forget about me. Brother Chu Yang, you can't not miss me. Brother Chu Yang, you can't tell others stories. Brother Chu Yang, I can't bear to leave you. The room was silent. It was as if Chu Yang had already fallen asleep and couldn't hear anything. Mo Qingwu suddenly squatted on the ground and cried. Mo Tianji looked at his sister and sighed. Angry, he walked back to hold her hand. Mo Qingwu struggled fiercely and only stared at Chu Yang's door in a daze. Her movements were too big. A small bow on Mo Qingwu's head fell to the ground. Mo Tianji looked inside. He didn't pick it up. After a long time, Mo Qingwu slowly turned around and placed her small hand in her brother's. She turned her head and looked back with longing. She looked around and said in a low voice, Second brother, let's go? Yes. After walking out of the courtyard for a long time, Mo Qingwu finally turned around and suddenly burst into tears. Mo Tianji's white robe was as white as snow. He quietly turned around and waved his hand at a certain direction in the courtyard. 3 big and 1 small human medicine, under Mo Qingwu's heart-wrenching cries, finally disappeared into the morning fog. Heavenly Armament Pavilion was still silent. Behind the willow tree by the lake, Chu Yang's figure slowly appeared. His body was already completely wet from the night dew. His hair was also sparkling with snow. His face was very sad and his eyes were very empty. He walked over step by step and squatted down. He picked up the bow on Mo Qingwu's head and put it near his nose. He took a deep breath and a trace of loneliness appeared in his eyes. He reached out and gently touched a small piece of dark soil on the ground. This was Qingwu's tear. Chu Yang's heart suddenly became empty. He stood up and looked in the direction of the courtyard door. There seemed to be a voice still calling out, Brother Chu Yang, you can't forget me. Brother Chu Yang, you can't not miss me. Brother Chu Yang, you can't tell other people stories. Brother Chu Yang, I can't bear to leave you. Chu Yang smiled slightly. Qingwu, when I see you again, I wonder what you will be like. Would she become that fluttering red-clothed girl, the Qingwu of my dreams? When you go back this time, you must hold on. You must be strong. Do you know how much happiness and hope you've given me in these past few days? Qingwu, it won't be long before I kill my way up to the upper 3 heavens to find you. This morning, Gu Duxing, GMO, and the others were very unusual. Everyone was quietly hiding in their own rooms. The entire Heavenly Armament Pavilion was as quiet as a ghost town. There was no movement at all. Chu Yang's hair fluttered in the morning breeze. He quietly stood at the courtyard door. Suddenly, a sweet voice echoed in his heart, Brother Chu Yang, can I be your fiancé? Okay. Chu Yang couldn't help but say it. Vaguely, a graceful figure in red appeared in his mind. She looked at him with infatuation. She reached out her hand and gently called out, Chu Yang, Qingwu. Chu Yang's heart was in pain again. It was as if his heart was being torn apart and bleeding. He slowly sat down and murmured, Mo Tianji, don't disappoint my expectations. With Mo Tianji's style of doing things, Chu Yang knew that he would definitely leave without saying goodbye. because leaving without saying goodbye would reduce Imo Qingwu's sorrow to the greatest extent. If they were to leave face to face, Imo Qingwu would probably cry her heart out. Moreover, Chu Yang didn't know how he would react if that happened. Imo Tianji quietly left with Imo Qingwu. Chu Yang couldn't help but feel resentful, but he also felt grateful. Chapter 179. It was also on this night that Diwu Qingro dismissed all the servants in the great Zhao Prime Minister's manor. He stood alone in the pavilion, wearing a white linen robe. His hands were clasped behind his back as he looked at the night sky. He did not speak for a long time. The autumn cold was deep, and the autumn wind gently whistled. It was as if they were reluctant to part. Diwu Qingro stood motionless. After a long time, a long sigh was heard in the silent night. Diwu Qingro quietly said, "Brother, did you go?" The wind whimpered, but no words were spoken. Diwu Qingro slowly turned around. Behind him, there was a small table. The corners were worn out. It was made of ordinary wood, and it was obviously decades old. On the table, there were dishes and a pot of wine. For wine cups were placed in the north, south, east, and west directions. Diwu Qingro slowly sat down at the head of the table. He picked up the wine pot and poured himself a cup of wine. He looked at it for a long time and then put it down again. "I did not believe that you went," Diwu Qingro murmured. "Your identity and the resources you controlled were a huge fortune for both the enemy and me. As long as it was a hero who wanted to conquer the world, he would not easily kill you. That's why I've always believed that you've been imprisoned." Diwu Qingro shook his head and smiled bitterly. He raised his cup and drank without hesitation. As he raised his cup, a drop of water dripped from the corner of his eye and fell into the cup. Diwu Qingro closed his eyes and poured this cup of wine mixed with his own tears and sorrow into his stomach. His pale face flushed red due to the intense alcohol. He still did not open his eyes, but slightly lowered his head and softly said, "But I did not expect that the one who contended for hegemony with me in front of me was actually a hero." When he said the word hero, Diwu Qingro's voice was heavy and full of sarcasm. "Who is the master of the world? I am the hero in the heavens. I will slaughter millions of people, and the sea of blood will be my soldiers." Diwu Qingro murmured, "Second brother, this is a poem I wrote. I remember that you used to write a poem. Millions of corpses have yet to be formed, but I am a scholar clad in yellow sand. With a single glance, the word song is unified, and my ambition is the same as yours." Diwu Qingro sighed. "At that time, you said that the world's hegemony could only be achieved by an ambitious and ruthless person. A generation of ambitious and ruthless people plotted against heroes. The heroes had millions of soldiers under their command. The heavenly palace of 100 battles was reduced to white bones, rolling up the sky and plunging the earth into the king's chest. What you're saying is that heroes can be commanders and generals, but they can't be kings. A king must be an ambitious and ruthless person. An ambitious and ruthless person must be a hero, using schemes from the top and schemes from the bottom. Only then would he be able to fight 100 battles in the heavenly imperial court and turn the entire world into a painting of the king's heart. When you said those words back then, did you ever think that you would die in the hands of a hero?" Diwu Qingro chuckled. His smile was trembling, and his laughter was also trembling. He raised his wine cup and drained it in one gulp. Then, he quickly poured himself another cup of wine and said in a trembling voice, "Second brother, you once said that you would get drunk with your elder brother on the day you succeed, because in your entire life, you have never seen me truly drunk even once. Today, your elder brother will fulfill your wish." He raised his wine cup and saluted to the distant stars in the sky. Then, he turned his hand back and drained it in one gulp. "You always said that my life was too tiring, too hypocritical, and that I could not indulge myself and live happily for the rest of my life. Today, I will let go of everything and drink with you." The wind whispered, and the flowers and trees around gently swayed. It was as if the little brother of the past was talking to him about the world and pointing out the world. He was still singing and dancing, still young and frivolous. Diwu Qingro shook his head and chuckled. but tears fell from his eyes. In the dead of the night, this unparalleled hero finally stopped suppressing his true feelings in the face of the silence of the world. Xiang Cha, a soft voice came from behind him. Buchu, come, have a drink with us two brothers, Buchu said. Diwu Qingro did not turn around. He knew who was here at this time. Except for Han Buchu, anyone who came here at this time would die. Han Buchu slowly walked over, hugging a jar of wine. He smiled and said, Prime Minister, tonight I am here to drink with you. Good, good. Diwu Qingro chuckled. Sit. Buchu, many years ago, the four of us used this table to drink. Diwu Qingro pointed and said, at that time, you were very careful and controlled your drinking capacity. Every time you drank a cup, you used your fingernail to make a mark on the table. Haha, look, there is still your mark here. Prime Minister. Han Buchu's heart was moved. He looked down at the mark he made that day and could not help but feel warm. Prime Minister still has this table. The world of mortals is like a dream. Even if you wake up from a dream, you still have to leave a mark. Diwu Qingro said softly, do you remember? Number 1 was right across from you, and Yun He. Correct. At that time, you drank 8 cups, but you made a mark. Diwu Qingro chuckled as if he had returned to that day. Because of this, Number 1 said that you were cheating. Haha. Han Buchu also laughed. His eyes gazed into the void as he reminisced. In a flash, more than 10 years have passed. The two were silent as they drank a few cups. Han Buchu clearly had something on his mind, but he did not dare to say it in front of Diwu Qingro. He could only accompany Diwu Qingro as they drank cup after cup. Time passed. Speak. Diwu Qingro lowered his head slightly and looked at Han Buchu. First, Prime Minister, this time, did King-level leader Kong's actions disrupt your plans? Han Buchu asked carefully. Kong Shang Xian was reckless, but it was also my mistake. I should not have let Kong Shang Xian go. Diwu Qingro sighed deeply. I considered his temper, his personality, his interests, and his position before sending Kong Shang Xian. However, I neglected the most important point, human nature. Human nature? Yes, human nature. Diwu Qingro sighed. Humans are not plants. How can they be emotionless? That year, Kong Shang Xian was chased down in lower 3 heavens and did not have any place to hide. He was riddled with scars and almost died when he came to lower 3 heavens. He was saved by brother Inwu Fa. Although he is usually steady, there is a kind of hot-blooded Jianghu spirit in his heart that is willing to die for his friends. Seeing Inwu Fa's miserable state, how could he remain indifferent? Human nature is a very strange thing. Under certain circumstances, a coward can become an indomitable warrior. A peerless hero can also become a coward. At a critical moment, a reckless man can calculate everything. A wise man can also lose his mind. Even a 3-year-old child could not compare to him. I only considered these things, but I missed the most important point. Diwu Qingro laughed and said, it was my thinking that was wrong. These years, I have been in high positions and high positions. I have become accustomed to thinking about things in terms of benefits and gains. This was my negligence. It was not Kong Shang Xian's mistake. This time, I did not use the right people. This was my biggest mistake. Diwu Qingro raised his wine cup and said softly, in the future, I will need to be more careful in this regard. Reflect on yourself 3 times. Prime Minister is truly a brave man. Han Buchu said. These words were not purely flattery. How many people like Diwu Qingro, who had a high position in history, could analyze themselves in such a profound manner and admit their mistakes in front of their subordinates? Diwu Qingro's mind was worthy of his position, and he was completely calm. This kind of Diwu Qingro was the most frightening. Plus, Kong Shang Xian's actions proved one thing. Diwu Qingro said in a low voice, that is, number 1 is dead. Saying this, Diwu Qingro's eyes flashed with a bone-piercing pain. This pain caused him to close his eyes tightly. His heart throbbed with pain. Han Buchu was silent. Everyone was smart. There was no need to explain anything. Then, King-level leader Kong and Yun He sent back information. Han Buchu wanted to say something but stopped. Diwu Qingro waved his hand and interrupted him. Diwu Qingro looked at his wine cup and said calmly, "Let's talk about King of Hell Chu." Hanbu Chu took a deep breath and said, "This person is really hard to say." "Ah, then let me say it." Diwu Qingro smiled. "Bu Chu. This King of Hell Chu, from his actions, you can see that he is a once-in-a-millennium genius. He has your careful calculations, Yunhe's calmness, and Gaosheng's guts. Vaguely, he also has a little bit of a flawless plan." Han Buchu listened quietly. His favorite thing was to quietly listen to Diwu Qingro analyze a person, from their strengths and weaknesses to how to break through. In Han Buchu's eyes, this was a pleasure. King of Hell Chu first entered Du Shiqing's army and entered Iron Cloud Chung. Then, using Heavenly Armament Pavilion as a jumping point, he entered Butian Pavilion in one fell swoop. From this point of view, even though King of Hell Chu is young, he is very careful. Every step has a clear goal. Every step is to attack other people's weak spots. Diwu Qingro obviously did not believe the rumor that King of Hell Chu was a king-level master. Let's talk about his first step first. Du Shiqing was taken advantage of by Chu Yang. This was because Du Shiqing had saved countless people and could not remember how many people he had saved. In this world, most people are ungrateful. Even though Du Shiqing was a doctor, he could not help but feel resentful. Now that he met someone who came to repay his kindness, Du Shiqing's heart was very happy and satisfied. This was easy to imagine. Plus, at that time, Du Shiqing did not go to Iron Cloud willingly. It was his weakest moment. Therefore, when Chu Yang said that he wanted to repay his kindness, the first step of his plan was a perfect success. In this first step, Chu Yang used human nature. Diwu Qingro said deeply. Han Buchu gently nodded. In the second step, when Du Shiqing entered Iron Cloud, anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was my plan. Therefore, Iron Cloud's military sent people to kill Du Shiqing. Chu Yang completely resolved it and did not reveal the other party's identity. This is very important. You may think that this is just a normal thing, but you have overlooked the deeper meaning. Chapter 180. He left some leeway. You have to pay attention to the fact that he allowed the captured general to clash with Du Shiqing's men. But no matter what, he always protected him. This way, all the favors are on Chu Yang's shoulders. In the end, the general escaped. But Chu Yang had also left behind an excellent foreshadowing for the military. If King of Hell Chu wants to use troops in the future, his first choice would be this troop. You have to know that this general is one of the top 10 generals of the continent, Wu Kuangyun. You have to pay special attention to this point. Send people to collect information about Wu Kuangyun's military habits. Travel day and night, and carefully analyze them. If there comes a day when the two armies face each other, and his military habits change drastically, then mobilize the army and annihilate him at all costs. Because at that time, it will be King of Hell Chu leading the troops. Yes, Han Buchu wiped his sweat. Then enter the city. The third step is to establish Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Tai Long Chung actually went there personally. Why? Is it really because of the two words Heavenly Armament? Diwu Qingro's eyes were deep. Tai Long Chung went because Chu Yang left some leeway for the people who tried to kill Du Shiqing. Tai Long Chung wanted to see the person who could single-handedly defeat Wu Kuangyun. That's all. After that, the fourth step is to enter Butian Pavilion. Even though I don't know what happened, Tai Long Chung and Du Shiqing's contributions cannot go unnoticed. Tai Long Chung cherished talent, but he was also returning the favor. Because if the robbery incident were to be exposed, with Tai Butian's temper, Iron Cloud would definitely lose a general, and Du Shiqing, because of his appreciation, would have spared no effort to speak good words for Chu Yang in front of Tai Butian. These are Chu Yang's first 4 steps, for steps to reach the heavens and play with human nature. Diwu Qingro said deeply, so far, King of Hell Chu's first goal has come to an end. So his second goal is Butian Pavilion? No. His second goal is to clean up the place, Liao said. Diwu Qingro said, he first used a thunderous method to dig out all the spies we planted in Butian Pavilion. His way of thinking relied on his meticulousness and reverse deduction. Everything had to be pushed forward from the results, and then find those things that most people would agree with and overturn them. Diwu Qingro chuckled. This is easy to say, but it is very difficult to do. That's right. When the Golden Horse Riders Department released spies all over the world, they used a method that was approved by the majority of the people. That was the only way to ensure the safety of the spies. King of Hell Chu's actions have hit their weak point. Hanbu Chu pondered and said slowly, That's right. That's why after he cleaned up Butian Pavilion, he used the blood of our people to establish his authority. It was also from then on that he began to act mysterious, wearing a black robe and a mask. Rumors began to spread, and these rumors were used to prevent the actions of King-level Master Kong and King-level Master Yin. In other words, this King of Hell Chu had already seen Ironcloud's weakness at that time. Moreover, he was clear-headed enough to make arrangements. Everything was done for the sake of his future high position and power, and at that time, you only saw a joke in your calculations. Because we all knew that Chu Yang was King of Hell Chu. No matter how much he tried to deceive us, it could not be changed. However, all of you have neglected the fact that under certain circumstances, this kind of unreal deception can turn the entire situation upside down. And the two king-level masters' actions were misled by these rumors. Buchu, when the two king-level masters left, did they really not know King of Hell Chu's identity? But when it came to it, why would they be suspicious? These are all traps and psychological warfare that King of Hell Chu has arranged in advance. I'm not afraid of you not being suspicious, but even if you have high intelligence, you will still be full of doubts after entering the trap. Even if you only have a little bit of doubt, King of Hell Chu can use the resources at hand to turn it into a full-blown doubt. Then, he will overturn his own conclusions. This person's scheming, his grasp of human nature, and his understanding of psychology are truly frightening. Diwu Qingro pointed out Chu Yang's arrangements bit by bit. The more he spoke, the more he felt that Chu Yang was a great threat. This was the first time he had seen someone like this. His voice became heavier and heavier. Han Benchu unconsciously straightened his body and listened attentively to Diwu Qingro's analysis. At the same time, he also began to reorganize Ironcloud's royal court. He started with a few minor officials. After confirming that his methods were correct, he began to act boldly and decisively the next day. He repeatedly waved his butcher's knife, but he did not make a move on number one. He wanted us to inform number one, Huyin Albua is Feng Ling's little dog. After confirming that we had passed the message, King of Hell Chu took action and captured number one in one fell swoop. Then, he immediately used number one's identity to set up a trap. These things were all linked together. He even accurately calculated number one's self-confidence and wishful thinking, as well as our reaction. Diwu Qingro sighed deeply. If it were not for the conclusive information, even I would have suspected that the enemy thousands of miles away was a 17 or 18-year-old boy or a 100-year-old fox. Such precise control, such careful planning. Yes, even though we knew something had happened to number one, we believed that number one would not say anything. Plus, King of Hell Chu did not make a move on number one's network. This confirmed our suspicions. Therefore, no matter what, we would have fallen into this trap. Han Buchu also sighed. Even if King of Hell Chu did not know the relationship between number one and the Prime Minister, the arrangements he made were enough. Then, after he took control of number one, he felt that he was stretched thin. This was because his strength was not enough to deal with our follow-up, Jigu. This matter was originally King of Hell Chu taking a risk. With his appetite, he would not be able to eat a big fish like Inwu Fa. But at this time, it just so happened that a great family from the upper three heavens arrived. This allowed King of Hell Chu to come back from death's door. He spared no effort in using this family to frame us again and again. Using a super family that was completely in the dark, without using his own strength, he was able to seriously injure two of our king-level leaders. And now, King of Hell Chu's second plan has been completed. His second step, Stratagem Genesis, is the real deal. Chiet Qingro sighed deeply. Next, he will use all of his strength to surround and chop down king-level leaders Kong and Yin. I hope you and he can hold on. Xian? Han Buchu did not understand. Yes, Golden Horse Riders Department has 4 king-level leaders. Now, 2 of them are crippled. The remaining 2 need to maintain the entire Golden Horse Riders Department. They absolutely cannot go out. This way, King of Hell Chu can use this time to develop Bution Pavilion and build Iron Cloud. Everything that King of Hell Chu has done is for the sake of this period of time. Diwu Qingro sighed. The reason he wants to buy time is because, at most in 3 months, Taisher Chung will not be able to hold on. At that time, Iron Cloud Nation will be in chaos. At this time, King of Hell Chu will continuously attack Golden Horse Riders Department. By the time Taisher Chung dies, we will no longer be able to organize our strongest assassins and assassins to sabotage or do anything else. Even if our strength is weakened at that time, it will still be a great thing for Iron Cloud Nation. Not to mention such a great loss. Diwu Qingro said coldly, even though I do not want to admit it, I have to admit that King of Hell Chu has already won this time. Han Buchu was shocked. He had already placed King of Hell Chu in a very high position, but he still underestimated him. King of Hell Chu had been preparing for the next step by step. He had been advancing step by step, and he had been advancing step by step, and he had been preparing for the next step. He had been advancing step by step, and he had been making subtle changes in the entire situation. However, this is not enough. It is far from enough to shake the foundation of Golden Horse Riders Department. Therefore, King of Hell Chu will definitely have a backup plan. Diwu Qingro thought hard and said, the next step, King of Hell Chu's hand should be able to reach into Great Zhao. Before he makes a move, there is no way to predict what he will do. Prime Minister, does this King of Hell Chu not have any weaknesses? Han Bu Chu asked. Weaknesses? Although King of Hell Chu's intelligence is not bad, he has many weaknesses. Diwu Qingro said, his weakness is that he likes to surprise people. This kind of character loves to take risks. This kind of person will rise very quickly, but once he is defeated, he will be consigned to eternal damnation. There are only 2 kinds of consequences for a surprise attack. One is a complete victory, and the other is total annihilation. Diwu Qingro said slowly, to deal with this kind of person, you need to be patient. You only need to seize one opportunity, and that is enough. Also, although King of Hell Chu is called King of Hell, he is not a ruthless person who will do anything to achieve his goals. On the contrary, Taibu Tian is a hero, and this King of Hell Chu is also a hero. If not, then King of Hell Chu's position under Taibu Tian will certainly conflict. A hero can be under a ruthless person, but a ruthless person will not be willing to be under a hero. The so-called hero is a laughable title. Most of the so-called heroes value friendship. Diwu Qingro said slowly, a ruthless person is afraid of losing power, and a hero is afraid of being hurt. In the future, to deal with Taibu Tian and King of Hell Chu, you must strike on the 2 words friendship. This kind of person will certainly be defeated if his heart is hurt. I only need 1 chance. That's enough. Han Buchu muttered to himself. I'll start with the feelings. He was sensitive enough to feel something and thought hard. After Diwu Qingro's analysis, Han Buchu finally realized how terrifying King of Hell Chu was. So many ordinary people would think that these things were ordinary or even meaningless. But King of Hell Chu had been preparing for a rainy day since a long time ago. Chapter 181. Diwu Qingro no longer spoke. He poured another cup of wine and slowly drank it. The crescent moon in the sky slowly moved to the west. The shadows of the trees in the pavilion also slowly moved. I will personally write a letter to Taibu Tian to bring back number 1's family. Diwu Qingro drank 5 cups of wine and suddenly said quietly, this, Taibu Tian may not agree? Han Buchu was shocked. Diwu Qingro personally writing a letter was a sign of his attitude. He was also delivering himself into Taibu Tian's hands and giving him a chance to humiliate him. Wouldn't this damage his prestige? Taibu Tian will agree. Diwu Qingro said casually, order Dongwu Fa to attack at the fastest speed in the shortest amount of time. No matter the cost, take 2 of Iron Cloud cities. Open the gates of Iron Cloud. I will tell Taibu Tian that if he returns his family, Great Zhao will withdraw from these two cities. Han Buchu was shocked, but he did not dare to say anything. This was clearly a rash decision made by Diwu Qingro in a fit of rage. From this, it could be seen that number one's death had a huge impact on him. This will be the last time in my life that I, Diwu Qingro, will act on impulse. Diwu Qingro looked up at the sky and said quietly, and number one is worth it? Han Buchu finally understood. In Diwu Qingro's life, the person he cared about the most was number one. In other words, only number one could make Diwu Qingro lose control of his emotions. But number one was already dead. Therefore, Diwu Qingro used this decisive method to bid farewell to his former self. In one war, no matter how many people died or who died, in Diwu Qingro's heart, these people would be buried with his brothers. They would also be buried with Diwu Qingro for the past 10 years. From now on, Diwu Qingro would have no weaknesses. This impulse seemed to be a slight, but in reality, it was also a deterrent. Plus, Han Buchu believed that Diwu Qingro definitely had a backup plan. Yunhe staying in Ironcloud Citadel is not a long-term plan. If the two king-level masters are found before they recover from their injuries, the consequences will be unimaginable. Diwu Qingro's eyes were already showing traces of drunkenness, but his mind was still very clear. He resolutely said, "A big battle will be my warning. This letter is my sincerity. When the time comes, Yunhe will openly escort number one's family back to their country. Whoever dares to stop him will be destroyed." Han Buchu was drenched in cold sweat. Are number one's family members real? Han Buchu could not understand why a person like number one would do something so stupid. Before number one went, he had already cut off all means of retreat. A trace of sadness appeared in Diwu Qingro's eyes. "I will raise his descendants well." Han Buchu remained silent. No one would have thought of this, not even Chu Yang. Tang Xiansheng's wife and children in Ironcloud were actually his first wife, his children. This person was truly a lunatic. Ironcloud Citadel had turned into a boiling pot of porridge. Everywhere, there was a hubbub like a market. It had to be said that the power of the masses was boundless, and the wisdom of the masses was also boundless. After Chu Yang gave the order, the three triad bosses gathered together to discuss. They came up with an extremely reliable plan. Ironcloud Citadel would be divided into 5 areas: north, south, east, west, and west. Then they would take care of their own duties. They would herd all the outsiders into a large open space. Then official Chang'an would cooperate with the various government offices in the capital to investigate. After the investigation, they would gather all the people together. Those who were suspicious would be taken away. As a result, chaos broke out in the city. However, many spies were caught. Some of the spies who were mentally weak started rioting and were captured. These people were not strong and were afraid of death. Naturally, they did not keep their mouths shut. They began to follow the vines to find the melons. One by one, they began to catch them. In this process, they actually caught a silver horse rider. This was truly a cult. Ironcloud Citadel's garrison troops, security forces, and Royal City's guards were all involved in this operation. In 2 days and 1 night, the search area had shrunk by half. Now, it was already midnight, but they were still working overtime. Especially the 10,000 hoodlums. They were yelling as if they had taken an aphrodisiac. They were full of vigor. Even Cheng Eng's eyes were red from working so hard. The 3 triad bosses are still in high spirits. The situation is becoming more and more serious. If this continues, I am afraid that in less than a day, they will find us here. Cheng Yunhe frowned in his temporary hiding place and thought hard for a solution. Because of the Jade Spirit Ginseng, Inwu Fa had recovered 30% of his martial strength. Kong Shang Xian's martial strength had also recovered less than 30%. Facing this situation, the two of them were at their wits' end. If it was only the two of them, then it would be much easier. However, the problem was that there were 50 people. Under this kind of search, they were too big of a target. The only thing we can do now is to split up again. Cheng Yunhe said, "Everyone will split up again to avoid being surrounded. Even if we are caught, it will be because there are not enough people. Plus, there is not enough evidence. There will be a day when we will be released." That won't do. If we split up like that, won't we be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered? Inwu Fa said, in my opinion, it would be better to break out of the encirclement tonight. Break out? Cheng Yun, he coldly said, 200,000 soldiers are chasing us. This is Ironcloud's capital, the center of Ironcloud Nation. You want to force your way back to Great Zhao? We will do as official Cheng says. Kong Shang Xian said sullenly, breaking out of the encirclement is absolutely impossible. Even a level 1 Emperor-level master would die of exhaustion in front of 200,000 soldiers. Not to mention us. Cheng Yun, he frowned and said, I'm easy to deal with. I'm a scholar and have no martial arts, so they won't suspect me. But the others, they are definitely the main suspects. If one of them loses his cool, then everything will be over. Especially you two. Your appearances are too obvious. Plus, you have such a heavy injury. Once you are discovered, the situation will not be good. Cheng Yun, he said, if the two king-level masters do not mind, how about we hide in the leader's cellar? Kong Shang Xian and Inwu Fa rolled their eyes at the same time. Cheng Yun, he's words were meant for the two of them to hear. It was only because of their status that these two people were the most likely to be unable to keep their composure. The two of them were king-level masters. How honorable were they? How could they hide in a cellar like rats? That was why he prepared ahead of time. We are only temporarily hiding from the wind. Cheng Yun, he said. That's good. Kong Shang Xian frowned. Sigh, we have been surrounded in upper 3 heavens for 7 or 8 years. We are used to it. Me too. In the past, to avoid assassination, I had to hide in a cesspool. Inwu Fa said angrily. Cheng Yun, he finally let out a sigh of relief. The place where they were hiding was the most important place for Tai Yun Cheng. It was not far from the royal palace. This was the so-called darkness under the lamp. Also, I have already thought of a way to let Gao Weiqing influence Du Shiqing and create chaos. However, this is a bit risky. Gao Weiqing might, but we can't do anything about it. Cheng Yun, he frowned as if he was talking to himself. Then, he stopped talking. Break up and evacuate immediately. If you can send a message, then do it once a day. If you can't, then don't force it. Safety first. Following Cheng Yunhe's order, the less than 10 people left behind to protect Inwu Fa and Kong Shang Xian. The rest of the people immediately scattered. These people were all experts. If they acted alone, it would be easy for them to escape from the encirclement of ordinary soldiers. It had to be said that with Cheng Yunhe's arrangement, as long as there were no accidents, the two king-level masters would not be discovered. They would be able to escape the search of Ironcloud Citadel. Even if there were losses, they would only lose a few people. The majority of their strength would still be intact. Yu Yun was a martial artist in his 20s. He had wanted to join Butian Pavilion for a long time. However, his cultivation was too low, and he was eliminated at the first checkpoint. In a depressed mood, he did not participate in this search. Instead, he drank until he was drunk. Then, without knowing what time it was, he walked out of the tavern. He only felt that he was drunk and did not care where he was. He found a soft place and lay down, snoring loudly. While sleeping soundly, he was suddenly woken up by the urge to pee. He lay there in a daze. With his eyes closed, he took out his weapon and began to pee. After half of his stock was gone, he felt a bit more awake. He opened his eyes and saw that he had fallen asleep on a small pile of firewood. Looking here, it seemed to be firewood left in front of someone's house. After the alcohol subsided, he felt the autumn wind was cold and shivered. He peed on his pants and could not help but curse. He used his fingers to stop the pee and was about to stand up to continue. Suddenly his vision blurred and with a sound, a shadow flashed over his head and the three of them were sent flying. Then, as if a flock of crows had been startled, one by one, the black-clothed people flew out of the courtyard he was leaning on. Yu Yun's entire body froze. He opened his mouth and was about to scream, but he quickly recovered and covered his mouth. However, he forgot that he had to stop himself from peeing. As soon as he removed his hand, he began to pee again. He did not waste a single bit of his pee and peed on his pants. He did not even realize it. The hidden boat also heard the last two people whispering, The king-level leader is here. No. Silence. The other person hastily shouted. Then, he flew away from the top of his head. Yu Yun's hair stood on end. He immediately thought of the city's manhunt these past few days. Could it be these people? Listening to their words. It seems like there are people here. Yu Yun's eyes suddenly flashed. He stood up quietly. The firewood behind him rustled. He quickly pinched his nose and meowed like a cat. Then, he sneakily left. Chapter 182. Ever since Mo Qingwu left, Minister Chu devoted himself to his work and cultivation. Now was a crucial time, so he decided to stay at Butian Pavilion. During this period of time, GMO was bored out of his mind. Among the 5 people in Heavenly Armament Pavilion, Dong Wushang was his enemy, Rui Butong and Gu Duxing were his best friends, and Luo Kudi was the one who was being bullied. Therefore, Luo Kudi kept pestering GMO and insisted on forming an alliance. However, GMO was not Gu Duxing's opponent. He helped Luo Kudi fight twice and was beaten black and blue by Gu Duxing. Then, he was pestered by Luo Kudi, so he decided to follow Chu Yang to Butian Pavilion to gain experience. GMO thought, motherfucker, I can't afford to offend him, but can I hide? Heaven Mending Pavilion was brightly lit. Martial revered and martial great masters came and went in a hurry. The martial masters and martial artists all became errand boys. Every one of them increased their speed and did not stop for even half a second. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the door. Chung Ong, who had just returned and was about to go out, angrily said, "What happened?" "There is a guy who said he found the whereabouts of the spies." The guard at the door stammered. He didn't believe that this unkempt man would know the whereabouts of the people of the Golden Horse Riders Department. Moreover, this guy had shamelessly boasted that he wanted to see Minister Chu. He had been scolding him in a bad mood. But this guy swore to the heavens that he was Minister Chu. He was so angry that he wanted to kick him. But Great Hall Master Chung had arrived at this critical moment. "Let him in," Chang'ong said angrily. "Why didn't you bring him in when you found a clue? What are you doing?" The guard withdrew his mouth and waved his hand. Another guard carried in a completely drenched fellow. Chang'ong suddenly smelled urine. He pinched his nose and said angrily, "What is going on? This little guy is peeing." The guard pinched his nose. He wanted to laugh, but did not dare to. "Motherfucker. He is so young and he can't do it?" Chang'ong looked at him and said irritably, "Throw him out. Motherfucker." "Hold on, let him talk. It won't waste much of the University of Technology's resources." A cold voice sounded. It was King of Hell Chu who was wearing a mask. Since yesterday, the people of Butian Pavilion could clearly feel that the minister's aura was a lot colder than it had been a while ago. His authority was even greater. You are Minister Chu. Official Chu?" Yu Yun anxiously shouted. "I really have a secret." Chu Yang listened patiently. Then, his eyes lit up as he asked, "Are you sure that you're not drunk?" "I'm an orphan and have nothing to vouch for." "I'll vouch for it with the lives of my wife and mother-in-law. I'm absolutely not seeing things." Yu Yun was anxious. He raised his hand and swore to the heavens. His saliva splattered everywhere. "If I'm lying, may the heavens protect my wife from running away with someone else. Can we still find that place?" Chu Yang's eyes flashed. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this guy. He really knows how to swear. It's an easy place to find. It seems to be the mansion of one of the officials who was executed not long ago. Yu Yun was overjoyed. He knew that since the other party asked, he must want to go and take a look. "Oh?" Chu Yang and Chung Ong looked at each other and saw the regret in each other's eyes. The mansions of these officials had just been confiscated and had not been sealed yet. Additionally, so many people had just died in those mansions. Therefore, they were afraid of selling them. Therefore, they couldn't sell them. Now, they were the most secret of places. "Gather all the men. We'll go now." Minister Chu made a prompt decision. "All martial masters and above, go. Also, inform the guards of the capital to seal off the direction of the inner city. Tell them that not even a bug can get out of here. If anyone tries to break out, no matter who they are, Kill them without mercy. Wait for them to complete the encirclement. Experts, move out immediately. Don't alert the enemy. Send people to the capital and borrow some experts. Move out immediately. Immediately, the entire Bution pavilion exploded into chaos. More than 200 people immediately stood in front of King of Hell Chu. Chu Yang really did not expect that the hiding place of a king-level master would be discovered by such a wretched person. But now, he did not have the time to sigh. He would rather believe it than not. As for the shock, well, it was actually unnecessary worry. Now that the enemy was in chaos, the enemy could not be more alarmed. Even if they were alarmed, that was it. Moreover, Chu Yang felt that this information was definitely not fake. Not long after, a firework rocket shot into the sky from the center of the city and exploded. Chu Yang looked at the fireworks in the sky. His eyes turned cold. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." This firework proved that the area had been firmly surrounded like an iron spike. "Boss Chu, I will go too." GMO jumped out. "You?" Chu Yang was a bit hesitant. If GMO went, it would be fine if nothing happened. If something happened, the G clan's anger would not be a joke. "Don't worry." GMO smiled and winked. "I will give you a small nursery. Good. Let's go." After half an hour, Chu Yang's group arrived in front of the gate. They hid in the distance and asked, "Are you sure this is the place?" Yu Yun's face was pale. He was so nervous that he was breathing rapidly. He spat. "I swear to the heavens, this is the place." Then he begged, "Minister, if we really catch the spy, can you let me join Bution Pavilion?" "What is your name?" Chu Yang asked. Chu Yang had already changed his ferocious mask to a veil. If he still wore a mask, it would be tantamount to giving the enemy a target. I am called Yu Sun." Yu Yun used his fingers to pull at his pants. The weather was cold now. Peeing on his body was really too uncomfortable. "Yu Yun, your luck is really good." Chu Yang almost laughed. This guy was really lucky. His pee actually splashed 2 king-level masters. He said, "If today's operation is successful, you can go to Heavenly Secret Hall and report to Hall Leader Chun." "Thank you, Minister." Yu Yun knelt down excitedly and kowtowed. I hope you can always be so lucky. That is also Bution Pavilion's luck." Chu Yang smiled. On the side, Chang'ong whispered, "Minister, is it okay? Wait a little longer." Chu Yang looked at the gate from 300 feet away. He was also very nervous. Tai Bution's reinforcements had not arrived yet. Chu Yang was a little impatient. If they were discovered by the enemy, they would lose the initiative. Chu Yang was a little puzzled. Tai Bution could not have dropped the ball at this time. What was going on? After waiting a little longer, Chu Yang finally gritted his teeth and said, "How many layers of archers are there now?" 3 layers of cover. They are all made of iron, and their arrows are made of pure steel. Add more layers of cover in all directions. Chu Yang said fiercely, "Increase the cover in the air to 18 layers. We can't let any of them escape." "Yes. Once the setup is complete, immediately begin the operation." "Yes." Silently, the 3,000 archers in the army were redeployed, adding another layer of insurance on top of the 1,000 archers they already had. "I still feel that something is not right, boss. Are you sure that there are enemies here just based on this little one's words?" GMO did not understand and said, "Aren't you a little gullible?" "Intuition," Chu Yang said casually. "In all of Ironcloud Citadel, there are very few places that have not been searched. Only this place could hide so many people at once without being discovered. I still feel a little uncertain. I will go and take a look." Jimo's voice had just fallen when he jumped out from his hiding place. Chu Yang could not stop him, and he was already 50 feet away. Under the night sky, Jimo's body seemed to turn into a phantom. He floated over 100 feet and then stopped for a moment. Leaving behind a series of afterimages, he was already in front of the gate. GMO was not suspicious. He just wanted to show off his skills in front of Chu Yang. During this time, he was unbearably idle. Plus, he felt that he had improved a lot. Plus, he was still young. In the next moment, he was about to jump over the wall. At this moment, the gate suddenly opened with a creak. A man in black suddenly appeared in front of GMO. In a split second, The two looked at each other and were both stunned. Chu Yang, who was 30 feet away, immediately cursed in his heart. Who is it? The man in black took a step back and asked cautiously, "Ade, ditch and tint mud? Tired of doggy mud?" GMO was tongue-tied. This was absolutely unexpected. Who would have thought that just as he was about to jump over the wall, this guy would open the door and come out? He suddenly had an idea and opened his mouth to say something strange. What? The black-clothed man was at a loss. Ade Gu Wu? Tired of tears? Ruffian Gu Wu? Enemy martial arts? Jimo's eyes rolled around. His tongue rolled around in his mouth. Enemy Wu Chu? The man in black blinked pitifully. He only understood the last two words. Enemy martial arts. Enemy martial arts. GMO nodded repeatedly. Please vomit? Ade, ditch and tint mud? Enemy martial arts? Please vomit? Enemy martial arts? Diwu Qingro? The man in black looked at this alien in distress. He was so anxious that his face was sweating. Who are you? Honey, 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 honey? Lulu da-e? Tired of doggy mud? Jimo's face was very anxious. He kept making threatening gestures. What do you mean by tired of talking? The pitiful man in black was unexpectedly led into a ditch. His tone of voice also unknowingly changed. Dog ant. Dog ant. GMO was very angry. He turned around and left. He muttered, Dog ant sada-e, dog ant ditch and tint mud. Humph. The man in black stood there in a daze. He thought about the meaning of these strange words. Suddenly, he woke up and shouted, Pig Slayer, stop. Poor guy. GMO made him unable to speak. Chapter 183. The man in black immediately knew that he was about to be killed. He roared and chased after Chu Yang. Chu Yang held back his laughter and gave the order, Kill, shio shio shio. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The man in black, who had just jumped up, suddenly turned into a hedgehog in midair. From all directions and above, there were at least hundreds of iron arrows that pierced into his body at the same time. A firework shot into the sky. From all directions, there was a loud roar, Kill. The entire night sky seemed to tremble violently. Hundreds of people leaped into the air at the same time from all directions, rushing towards the house. Behind them, there was a dense army that was slowly moving forward. Everywhere they went, there was no obstruction. The walls and the houses were all knocked down. In the blink of an eye, the house had become an isolated island. All around, there were soldiers with unsheathed swords and knocked arrows. They were all motionless. Inside the house, there was the sound of killing. The sound of swords and spears colliding was heard. Then, with a loud boom, the four walls of the house were all knocked down. Like a forest, they were invincible. The operation this time was truly thunderous. Not long after Kong Shang Xin and In Wu Fa hid in the secret room, only a few people were left on guard. Then, they suddenly heard an earth-shattering sound. Countless soldiers rushed into the house. They were exposed. Why were they exposed? It could be said that everyone had been hiding here for 3 times before finally choosing such a foolproof place. How could it be discovered so quickly? The 2 king-level leaders were shocked. This was the first time in their lives that they were panicking. Right now, most of the people were scattered. This was the time when they were at their weakest. How could the enemy just happen to attack at this time? Then, there was the sound of fierce fighting. The 5 martial great masters and 3 revered martial artists outside were already fighting with the enemy. Kong Shang Xian was pacing back and forth in the secret room, full of worry. Next to him, In Wu Fa, who had just regained some color, was also there. The 2 of them paid close attention to the movements outside. Neither of them said a word. They had a vague feeling that something bad was about to happen this time. Don't worry, Your Highness, he said. After Lord Wang's estate was raided, I secretly began to make preparations. I didn't touch anything in the mansion at all. I dug it up from the ground and sealed it. This secret chamber was located 30 feet underground, and its location was extremely well hidden. There was no entrance at all. Even if King of Hell Chu has the ability to reach the heavens, he won't be able to find us here. The commander of the Iron Horse Riders said respectfully. He was the one who developed this place. Even Cheng Yun and Kuei he praised him for his ingenuity in this operation. I hope so. Kong Shang Exine heard the sounds of fighting above and sighed. I'm afraid the 8 brothers above are finished. To die for the throne, I have no regrets. The Iron Horse Cavalry commander said solemnly. Once the courtyard was pushed down, the 8 people inside were like exploding grenades, flying out from 8 different directions to break out of the siege. However, the dense rain of arrows that fell from the sky made them suffer. They thought that it was only a small search party. Who would have thought that there were tens of thousands of soldiers lying in ambush outside? They directly sealed off the entire area. After one round of arrow rain, 3 people were injured. Then, the Iron Cloud experts lying in ambush swarmed up and fought. Chu Yang's black robe fluttered in the wind as he stood on a branch of a big tree. He looked at the turbulent fighting inside and couldn't tell the difference between the enemy and his own people. He could only see that there was a crazy battle going on inside. It was like a tide rushing out, spreading out, and then being pushed back by the outside. There were a total of 8 battle circles like this. After a short while, there were only 5 left. Then, 2 more circles ended the battle. There were only 3 circles left. There were constantly soldiers covered in blood being carried out of the crowd and immediately sent away. If they were not vomiting blood, then they were missing arms or legs. In this encirclement, there were people constantly falling down and being trampled into chaos. There were roars and shouts coming from inside, overlapping each other. Although there were only 3 enemies left, the fierceness of these 3 people was beyond anyone's expectations. Before the operation, Chu Yang had said, "Try your best to capture them alive." But looking at the fierce battle in front of them, everyone knew that it was basically impossible to capture such an enemy alive. Even keeping their corpses intact would be a luxury. The battle lasted for less than a quarter of an hour, but the Iron Cloud side paid the price of 50 people's lives. Nearly 100 people were injured. The one who was injured the furthest was 50 feet away. That revered martial artist was able to fight his way out 50 feet before he was heavily surrounded by the army and died in anger. One person's strength is great, but in the end, he can't fight against an army. GMO said with a sigh. Jianghu is Jianghu, and the army is the army. Chu Yang said, if the army was also Jianghu, then these experts could definitely break out of the encirclement. But the army isn't. Therefore, even an emperor-level expert would die if he fell into such a tight encirclement. GMO nodded and said, yes, the porridge is clear and the scale is clear. First, 6. Although Jianghu people are fugitives, they know how to seek good fortune and avoid disaster to protect their own lives. Chu Yang said, but the army doesn't have their own preferences. They only have orders. They only have military orders. Once an order is given, they can only move forward. They can't retreat. Because if they retreat, they will immediately die at the hands of their own people's law enforcement team. This is the so-called military order is like a landslide. GMO said with a sigh, however, this is really too cruel for these ordinary soldiers. It is cruel, but the cruelty of war is also the mission of the army. Chu Yang sighed deeply. Where's the messenger? GMO let out a long sigh. GMO, you almost ruined our big plan. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Chu Yang looked at him coldly and said, you're lucky that you didn't get shot to death by your own people's arrows. If you act without discipline like this again, you will be responsible for the consequences. GMO rubbed his head and smiled bitterly. He knew that he was in the wrong, so he didn't dare to say anything. What did you mean by what you said to that guy? Why didn't I understand? Chu Yang asked. Chu Yang considered himself to be very knowledgeable. His previous life was rich enough. But he couldn't understand GMO's words. This made Minister Chu very puzzled. From beginning to end, Chu Yang only understood the words enemy and vomit. As for the rest, he could only express his lack of knowledge in shame. What's the point of that? GMO laughed hollowly and said, I was quick-witted. I didn't know what I was talking about. I didn't expect that guy to be confused. Pfft. Chu Yang choked. He smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid that anyone's first reaction would be the same when they suddenly meet someone who talks like that. You're really good. Minister Chu had nothing to say about this guy. Minister, the 8 enemy bandits have been killed. An officer who was besieging the enemy trotted over. He straightened his body and saluted. There was an eye-catching wound on his head. Blood was flowing down, but his face was cold and stiff. His eyes were cold and sharp. Good. Immediately check the casualties. There is no need to report this to the military. Just report it to Bu Tian Pavilion. Chu Yang solemnly returned the salute. Yes. On behalf of my brothers, I thank the minister. The officer's eyes were filled with joy. Reporting to the military headquarters and waiting for the gold and silver to arrive would be a long process. Moreover, they would only be able to receive the same amount as those who died in battle. However, reporting to Bu Tian Pavilion would allow the families of these fallen brothers to receive several times the compensation from the military headquarters. Since Minister Chu said so, he naturally had a plan. Chang'ong wiped away his sweat. His face was pale as he walked over. Minister, 3 revered martial artists, and 5 great masters. None of them were caught. Hall Leader Cheng's injuries were not light. There were several bloody wounds on his body. He walked with a limp. You found out? Only these few people? The highest was a revered martial artist? Chu Yang frowned. Yes, and only a 5th-level revered martial artist. When Chang'ong said this, he couldn't help but sweat. During this time, he was on the verge of breaking through. Plus, under the pressure of King Chu, he was able to break through to 3rd-level revered martial artist. Now he was saying that the other party was only a 5th-level revered martial artist. The other party was 2 levels higher than him. Is there no one else? Chu Yang frowned. The battlefield has been cleaned up. Every place has been searched. Chang'ong said, there are no other traces. What about the secret room? Chu Yang asked. There is no secret room. Chang'ong said, this subordinate has found many experts in mechanism studies and searched the place thoroughly, but there are no traces of a secret room. Plus, this house was originally an official's home. Aside from a few cellars, there are no other secret rooms. That's not right. What Chu Yang was thinking was that when Yu Yun had reported back then, he had said the words of the black-robed man. The king level is here. No, this was not something that could be made up by Du Chong. Now that there were so many revered martial artists and great martial artists from Golden Horse Riders Department, it proved that this information was true. It was impossible that there was no one here. If even a mouse could not get out of the encirclement, then it was certain that there was someone in this house. And it was a king-level master. If they couldn't find him, then there must be a problem. Don't withdraw yet. Chu Yang pondered. His eyes slowly emitted a ruthless light. He said, maintain a tight seal. Then, send people to bring water. Fill the entire house with water. Even if they turn into mice and burrow into the ground, I will make sure they come out. Yes. Chang'ong was a little unhappy. We have already confirmed that there is no secret room. Even if you use water, what's the use? It will only be a waste of manpower. But how can we not obey the minister's orders? Turn around. He gave a series of orders. Immediately, his friends started to move. Generally, please send some soldiers to help. We need to finish this as soon as possible. Chu Yang looked at the young general and said, no problem. General Li saluted and turned around. Third camp, listen to my orders. Go and bring water. Chapter 184. Torches. Illuminate this place. Archers, don't slack off. Gunmen, get ready. 10 layers of blockades. Chu Yang ordered. Block here, 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 and here. Don't let the water flow away. Boss, even if there are people inside, can't we wait for the concubines to arrive? Now, isn't it too hasty? GMO frowned and asked. If there are people inside, they are king-level masters. Chu Yang said lightly. Plus, they are already injured. King-level masters recover very quickly. You know this. After tonight, even if the king-level masters recover a little bit of fighting power, we will lose a few more soldiers. With such losses, even if one more person dies, It will be a dereliction of duty on the commander's part. Chu Yang said, "We can't give the enemy any chance to breathe. Even the slightest respite could lead to an irreparable disaster." GMO said, "Oh." He looked at Chu Yang deeply and said, "I see." But he thought in his heart, he can think of ordinary soldiers to this extent. How can he be wrong to his own brothers? While he was thinking, someone quickly carried a big bucket of water and poured it on the ground. Then, a lot of people ran over with basins and buckets in their hands. Even though there were many people, there were not enough tools. It seemed that they would need to continue for a while to achieve their goal. At this time, 40 to 50 people quickly piled up soil and built a trench on the road. Then, a stream of water flowed over from there. It turned out that there was a well and a donkey over there. So, those who were near kept flowing over here. Those who were far away carried water over. People shouted and horses neighed. It was very lively. Gradually, more and more people started to get their hands on tools. There was even a guy who found a large iron bucket that was used to feed the horses in the army. He used a single-wheeled carriage to bring the bucket over. This thing was even more addictive. It was enough for a family to have 50 buckets of water. Several commanders jumped up and down. They shouted with fierce faces, "Quick! Faster! Faster!" As time went by, the official's mansion gradually became a pool of water. As for the original cellars, they were filled to the brim at the very first moment. There was strength in numbers. Some carried the water, some shook the donkey with all their might, and some did their best to fill in the gaps. Even further away, several people carried the water in relays. The 20 water wells nearby were all taken over by the army in a short time. Water was slowly accumulating in this courtyard. The courtyard that was tens of acres of land was actually covered in water so deep that it didn't even reach their feet. Countless soldiers were quietly watching. Archers, snipers, spear throwers, knife throwers, all of them were ready for battle. The soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes sparkling. Down below, Kong Shang Xian, In Wu Fa, and the others, a total of 8 people, were anxiously stomping their feet in the secret chamber. When they heard that there was no movement outside, they thought that the army had retreated. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, they heard people shouting and horses neighing outside. Due to the distance, they couldn't hear what was being said. They could only vaguely hear someone shouting, "Hurry, hurry, hurry." A bad feeling rose in everyone's heart at the same time. What is the enemy doing? Not long after, the air in the secret chamber slowly became moist. It seemed that the temperature had dropped. Kong Shang Xian frowned as if he had thought of something. His face became colder and colder. After a while, the ceiling of the secret chamber was slowly seeping in water. Water is seeping in. In Wu Fa's eyes widened when he saw this. Everyone's expression changed. They finally realized that King of Hell Chu's plan was to drown them. This was extremely bad news for Zhou Zhou and the others. Although there was no exit, they were underground. With such a large space, as long as there was water above, sooner or later, it would seep in. Or, the whole place would collapse. Even if they didn't drown, they would suffocate to death. Looking at the water droplets dripping down from the ceiling, they slowly formed a line. Slowly, the soil began to fall down piece by piece. The 2 king-level leaders were dumbstruck. The current situation could be said to be extremely bad. If they went out, they would be besieged by a large army. Although they did not know how many people there were, from the sounds coming from above, they knew that the number was not small. The 2 were seriously injured and did not have the confidence to break out of the encirclement. However, if they stayed here and did not move, they would silently become corpses. It was difficult to advance and difficult to retreat. A large piece of soil fell from above their heads. The water under their feet had already covered their shoes. The 2 king-level leaders wanted to cry but had no tears. "King of Hell Chu, aren't you too cruel? How did you come up with such a desperate plan? King-level leader, you must make a decision immediately. This place is about to collapse," a revered martial artist anxiously said. Almost before he finished speaking, large pieces of soil began to fall from above their heads. Kong Shang Xian roared with grief and indignation. His eyes were red as he shouted, "Rush out!" As soon as these 3 words came out, the 3 revered martial artists, 2 martial great masters, and 1 iron horse rider all showed a tragic expression. Everyone knew what it meant to rush out at this time, especially since the 2 king-level leaders had not recovered. There was no hope at all. The enemy was using a sea of people tactic. They did not even need to send out masters. Just ordinary soldiers would be enough to kill them. If they went out, they could only die in battle. If they stayed, they could only drown. If they died in battle, they could still get some benefits. If they drowned, that would be too unjust. Brothers, before we rush out, I have a few words to say. Kong Shang Xian tried his best to straighten his body. His eyes flashed with a cold light under the water. The others all stood ramrod straight and listened quietly. This time, the situation is dangerous. Even I, Kong, do not have the confidence to escape. Therefore, this battle may be the last time we brothers will fight together. Kong Shang Xian's fierce eyes flashed with an inexplicable warmth at this moment. He looked at his subordinates one by one and said in a low voice, "This time, I, Kong Shang Xian, have implicated everyone. The cause of all this is because I acted without permission. This has led to an immeasurably serious consequence. I have also implicated my brothers and put them in a desperate situation." King-level leader, why do you say this? If everyone works together, even if we die, we will die together. We are all people of Jianghu. We have already accepted life and death. It is just this matter. Thank you for your understanding. If there is a next life, I, Kong Shang Xian, hope that with my brothers, we can travel through Jianghu and dominate the world. We will use all of our strength to unify the world. Kong Shang Xian's voice was heavy. This sad saber king seemed to have a premonition of the final destination of his life. Every word was filled with all of his emotions. It was as if they were being pulled out from his heart. Second brother, we might still have a chance. Why do you have to be so pessimistic? In Wu Fa felt as if his chest was about to explode. He glared and angrily said, "Listen to me." Kong Shang Xian smiled and walked in front of In Wu Fa. He gently patted his shoulder and said, "Third brother, if we can return to Great Zhao, don't talk about revenge so easily." Finished speaking, he turned his head and bowed deeply toward his subordinates. King-level leader, what are you doing? The only surviving command horse rider fell to his knees. His tears fell like rain. At most, we brothers will die together. King-level leader, there is no need. There is no need. His voice choked and he could not continue. No, the 3 of you have a big chance. You are not injured. You can definitely escape. Kong Shang Xian seriously said, "I only ask you, if possible, please save my third brother." In Wu Fa angrily yelled, "Second brother, if you don't leave, how can I leave? When we became sworn brothers, we said that we would rather die together than live together. Do you want me to be a heartless person? When the time comes, we will all die together." Of course, if we must die, we brothers will die together. Kong Shang Xian looked at In Wu Fa emotionally. He silently said in his heart, "Third brother, you saved my life. Today, even if I die, I will let you leave safely." He did not say anything else. He quietly looked at his remaining brothers. After a long time, he said, "Remember what I said." As he said these words, his eyes were fixed on the command horse rider. He solemnly said, "Old Sa, after so many years, this is my last order. It is also my last request in this life." The command horse rider kneeled on the ground. His whole body trembled. His tears fell like rain as he repeatedly nodded. Kong Shang Xian looked at In Wu Fa with nostalgia and softly said, "Brothers, I really want to ride together with you in Jianghu." These words were almost inaudible. With that, he turned around and strode out. He did not look back. "Charge out!" In Wu Fa angrily roared. He secretly pulled the command horse rider and whispered, "Old Sa, if I can't do it, you must pull the second king-level leader out. Please." Then, he did not wait for the old Sa to reply. He straightened his body and followed behind Kong Shang Xian step by step. The old Sa was stunned. At this critical moment of life and death, the two king-level leaders, who were known for their coldness and ruthlessness, used their own actions to express the word brothers. I can sacrifice myself, but my brothers must live. On the ground, muddy water splashed everywhere. Kong Shang Xian and In Wu Fa, both with their thin bodies, walked in the dark secret room. However, their broad shoulders seemed to be carrying the entire earth for each other. A fierce aura was slowly emitted from the two of them. Slowly, like a tsunami, it surged through the narrow passageway of the secret chamber. Above, mud fell like rain. On the ground, the water had already reached the knees. Chapter 185. Kong Shang Xian suddenly stretched out his hands. At the same time, the shadowless blade that had once angered the lower three heavens and caused the lower three heavens to tremble suddenly appeared in his right hand. With a schwa sound, he drew a large circle above his head. The wall that had already become soft suddenly caved in. With a loud rumbling sound, the entire building collapsed along with the collapse. Kong Shang Xian's skinny body turned into a beam of light and quickly flew up. He was the first to rush up. At this time, whoever went up first would undoubtedly suffer the fiercest attacks of the enemy. It was the most dangerous. However, this king-level leader who only knew how to use others was willing to use his own flesh and blood to open a path for the first time in his life. For his dying brother. Boom. The entire ground caved in. The entire courtyard was filled with water. Thus, everyone was watching from afar. There were also soldiers who were trying their best to bring water over. All of a sudden, the ground collapsed, revealing a huge space. Everyone was stunned. Word. At this moment, a thin figure, dressed in black and holding a shining saber, rose up from the ground like a demon god. He stood in the waist-deep water, and his eyes were sharp. In the darkness of the night, they were like two spears, flashing through the sky like lightning, emitting a dazzling brilliance. His body was full of mud and dirty. Standing in the water, only his upper body was exposed. However, his entire body emitted a fierce aura. He was like a trapped lion that had nowhere else to go, but he still displayed the might of a king, an unyielding fighting spirit. The turbulent water gushed in from under his feet, stirring up turbid waves, making him look like an underwater demon who was walking up step by step on the waves. After a few more roars, 7 people appeared next to this person. There were only 8 people, but they were facing an army of 10,000. Their faces showed no fear. They actually emitted a biting cold aura. In the distance, Chu Yang's pupils suddenly shrank. They came out. 2 king-level leaders, Guasha, were here. The information was indeed correct. Chang'ang roared. He was about to lead people to rush up, but Chu Yang waved his hand and stopped him. May I ask which 2 king-level experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department are on the opposite side? Chu Yang casually asked. Kong Shang Xian stared at Chu Yang from afar. After a long time, he finally smiled and said, "You are King of Hell Chu, right?" Chu Yang's face was covered with a black cloth. He said, "Yes. How could I dare to call myself the King of Hell in the presence of 2 king-level experts? He deserves it." Kong Shang Xian's gaze swept through the air and landed on Chu Yang's face without any emotion. Chu Yang felt as if his face was being pierced by needles. I was able to move unhindered in the 3 heavens. Even when the 4 great clans joined hands, they were still unable to force me into a dead end. But you did it. Respect. King of Hell Chu, you are very scheming. Good move. Kong Shang Xian stared at Chu Yang for a while before he finally let out a long sigh. These few words of praise contained too many complex emotions. After seeing the real King of Hell Chu, Kong Shang Xian finally understood that he had been tricked by this guy. Looking at this guy's aura, he definitely did not surpass the martial master level. Therefore, the 3 jade thrones that appeared before and after the fight with Inwu Fa must have been part of King of Hell Chu's crafty scheme to frame us. Just as Diwu Qingro said, he used the people from the other 3 heavens clans to train. He hated himself for being played in the palm of his hand. It was not until he was in a desperate situation that he finally realized. But it was too late. I don't dare, Chu Yang said in a dignified voice. May I ask if you are Sad Saber King, Kong Shang Xian? Who I am is no longer important. Kong Shang Xian chuckled and shook his head. His eyes slowly turned as he looked at the silent army around him. The corners of his mouth curled up into an arrogant smile as he said, "This kind of formation? You really think too highly of me. There are at least 50,000 people around, right? King-level expert, you underestimate yourself too much," Chu Yang said calmly. "Just for this place alone, in order to keep all of you here, I've mobilized more than 15,000 archers." Chu Yang's sharp eyes looked at Kong Shang Xian. "More than a third of all the archers in Ironcloud Citadel are here. There are still more coming from the outside." Kong Shang Xian laughed and said, 15,000 archers. This is enough to decide the outcome of a battle. Even if I die, I will die with honor." Chu Yang casually said, "Right now, this area has become an iron bucket." In the direction of King's Citadel, the King's Citadel guards have not moved and are fully focused on defense. The east, west, north, and south gates are all under lockdown. Plus, it is too far from here. He looked at Kong Shang Xian with pity. "You are already at the end of your rope? You want to persuade me to surrender?" Kong Shang Xian chuckled. His eyes suddenly became cold. "Then you underestimate me too much. You underestimate Golden Horse Riders Department." "Not at all," Chu Yang respectfully said. "A king-level expert must have dignity. Even though I am not a king-level expert, I do not want to humiliate a strong person." "You should end your own lives," Chu Yang calmly said. "Let me also maintain my unyielding respect for a king-level expert." Kong Shang Xian laughed mockingly. "End our own lives? King of Hell Chu, do you think you can dream while standing?" He let out a long roar and fiercely said, "King of Hell Chu, even if I cannot avoid dying here today, you should prepare for a large amount of compensation from the military." Chu Yang coldly smiled. Both sides were stalling for time. Kong Shang Xian was stalling for time to recover his martial strength. Even if he could recover a little bit more, it would be good. However, Chu Yang was stalling for time to wait for the encirclement to be completed. Chu Yang's heart faintly had a glimmer of hope. Taibu Tian's support. Even though there was not much hope right now, as long as the two Shadow Guardians came, there would be no unnecessary casualties. They would be able to capture these two seriously injured king-level experts. They had not made a move yet, but Chu Yang knew that once they made a move, the other side would fight like a cornered beast. The casualties on his side would be extremely high. The counterattack of a king-level expert on the brink of death would definitely be earth-shattering. Kong Shang Xian was right. If they wanted to capture these two king-level experts, the price they had to pay would be extremely heavy. Time slowly passed. Finally, the soldiers from the outside gradually arrived. 3 layers on the inside and 3 layers on the outside. The encirclement was like an iron bucket. Chu Yang was about to give an order when suddenly, a horse galloped in from the outside. The person on the horse was Chun Yutong. Chun Yutong passed through the encirclement and went straight to Chu Yang. He hurriedly whispered, "Minister, the crown prince has gone to the palace. The emperor's illness has relapsed." After the crown prince entered the palace, he did not come out. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Chu Yang was furious. He almost wanted to slap him. "Doesn't that mean I've given the enemy some time to catch their breath, but the reinforcements I want are out of the question?" Chun Yutong's face turned pale. After he arrived at the crown prince's residence, he immediately rushed to the palace and waited for Taibu Tian to summon him. However, Taibu Tian did not appear until Du Shiqing came and said that the emperor was not well. The two king-level experts were protecting the emperor's vitality. When Chun Yutong heard this, he knew that the two king-level experts would not be able to come. He immediately rushed back, but it was already at this time. "King-level expert Kong, sorry for the offense." Chu Yang shouted. "Kill?" Since the reinforcements were not coming, then they would have to use their current strength to pay the price. Chu Yang made a prompt decision and issued this cruel order at the first moment. This roar set off the beginning of the war. With this order, A rain of arrows covered the sky. Thousands of arrows turned into the first wave of attack. The second wave of arrows was also shot out almost at the same time. Spread out. Kong Shang Xian roared. The 8 people he was worried about also exploded at the same time and scattered in 8 different directions. At the same time, Kong Shang Xian stomped his feet. His whole body flashed with a golden light. The water in the courtyard suddenly surged like a screen and spread out in all directions like countless angry dragons, facing the rain of arrows. With a whoosh, all the torches in the vicinity were extinguished by the water at the same time. The distance was brightly lit, but this courtyard had turned into a shimmering darkness. Without a sound, the Iron Horse Knight turned into a hedgehog and fell to the ground without making a sound. The 2 martial great masters were halfway there when their bodies were hit by arrows at the same time. Blood splattered out of their bodies as they screamed in pain. Dozens of arrows were mercilessly shot into their bodies. The 2 of them shouted at the same time, "King level leader, your brother will go first. Let us open the way for you." Before they finished speaking, the 2 used all their strength to throw out their weapons. Then, they laughed miserably and slowly fell into the water, creating a red splash. A saber and a sword passed through space like a meteor and flew into the crowd dozens of feet away. Screams resounded. "Brother, wait a step. We will be there soon." Old Sa laughed heartily. Kong Shang Xian and the remaining 5 people had already closed the distance of 300 feet like meteors. The 2 king-level experts were like 2 sharp arrows, whistling through the air. The rain of arrows was like a waterfall. Kong Shang Xian's shadowless saber was constantly flying. Occasionally, the saber would sweep horizontally and cut all the arrows in half. His other hand would grab the arrowheads, and in the next moment, they would turn into cold stars and be reflected back. The saber did not stop, and his hand did not stop. The sound of the arrows piercing into the flesh of the human body was unceasingly heard. Many of the surrounding soldiers had already died under this counterattack. Kong Shang Xian was rapidly flying. His long hair fluttered behind him, but his face was as calm as water. Under the illumination of the lanterns in the distance, although it was dark, his eyes emitted a faint light like that of a hungry wolf. His current state was at its peak. It was as if he was not injured at all. The dense rain of arrows could not hit his body. Occasionally, an arrow would break through the saber net, but it would be knocked to the ground by his protective energy. He was like a hurricane, like a burning torch. He completely disregarded his own body and turned the last bit of heat in his body into a flame that could burn people, rising fiercely. He had already rushed within 200 feet. Chapter 186. The javelins of the 3,000 javelins turned into black rays of light. From different directions, from different angles, they all shot towards the same target. The group of 5. Kong Shang Xian let out a long roar. His body suddenly straightened up. His toes touched the tip of the first wave of javelins. His body soared into the air and met the second wave of javelins. His hands suddenly chopped down. With a loud shout, his body continued to rise. His long saber flashed again and again. His body rose more than 100 feet into the air. Then, like a streak of flowing light, he drew a strange arc. Behind him, there were flashes, and rows of phantoms suddenly appeared. But he himself had already swept across the sky, and with a dazzling saber light, he directly crashed into the army formation. The saber flashed fiercely as if a small sun had suddenly appeared. At the front of the army, there was a sudden explosion of blood. The waves of blood surged. Kong Shang Xian cleared a large area in an instant. Then, he immediately killed his way out. To help his brothers, Inwu Fa held a javelin that he had just intercepted and crazily rushed forward. There were 3 or 4 arrows stuck in his body. Of the remaining 3, Old Sa was the first to charge through the rain of arrows and javelins. A 7th-grade revered martial artist followed closely behind him. Together with Inwu Fa, they formed a small triangular formation and rushed out. However, the last 4th-grade revered martial artist was a step too slow. When the rain of arrows was about to reach him, he took a deep breath. However, it was this breath that cut off his life. The spears that followed were like deadly bolts of lightning, nailing him to the ground. Then, the continuous rain of spears and arrows smashed his body into minced meat in an instant. The rain of arrows was still tirelessly falling, and the javelins were still falling endlessly. Inwu and the others were trapped less than 50 feet away from the army. Seeing that they were in imminent danger, Kong Shang Xian roared and turned around. He rushed out of the army. Countless bodies were thrown into the air by him. Then, the bright saber light broke through the darkness and reached Inwu Fa's side. "Follow me." Kong Shang Xian's voice was already hoarse. Without stopping, he immediately turned around and led the three of them into the army. The rain of arrows and spears suddenly stopped. The soldiers roared angrily, "Kill!" They came from all directions like a tidal wave. "Close combat," Chu Yang immediately ordered. "Minister, it would be better to wait for a moment. These two king-level experts are at their peak. So, it would be better to let these soldiers exhaust their strength. Then, our experts will go all out and will secure the victory in one fell swoop." The words of this revered martial artist from the imperial palace made Chu Yang fly into a rage. He slapped the revered martial artist's face ruthlessly. "Bastard! Loss?" In order to deplete their strength, Binja, a good person, they were using the lives of their soldiers. Your life is important, but are the lives of these soldiers not important? Get him. If you slow down, I'll take the heads of your entire family. On the other side, Chung Ong roared and led the experts of Butian Pavilion to charge forward without any fear of death. Everyone charge. As an expert, he had to bear more responsibilities at this time. Chu Yang roared, "For our brothers, we have to fight for a chance to survive." The battlefield had turned into a meat grinder. Kong Shang Xian and Inwu Fa were fighting fiercely. Two king-level experts and two high-level revered martial artists. At this moment, their fighting prowess made everyone who saw them tremble in fear. Even though they were all seriously injured, even though their bodies were full of arrows, it was as if they were possessed by gods and demons. They did not fall down. They were fighting. In this desperate battle, they had already charged 500 feet forward. An endless stream of soldiers was rushing toward them. With a miserable scream, the 8th-grade revered martial artist suddenly screamed in fear. A soldier put down the body of his comrade and suddenly jumped up with red eyes. He completely ignored his own safety and hugged the corpse. Hugging the corpse was the same as hugging a saber. The saber flashed and the soldier's two forearms flew off. However, his remaining arms were still wrapped around the 8th-grade revered martial artist's body. He held on tightly and opened his mouth. His white teeth also fiercely bit down. The revered martial artist screamed in pain. Immediately, the soldier was blown into pieces by him. The soldier only managed to hold him back for a short moment. If this was a normal situation, this moment would not be much. But right now, he was surrounded by an army. There were dozens of sabers, swords, and spears all around him. Just as he pushed the soldier away, 7 or 8 soldiers jumped up at the same time. Their faces were ferocious, and their sabers slashed down without any regard for their own safety. The spearman in the back also fiercely thrust forward to greet him. The revered martial artist screamed and tried his best to dodge, but a spear still pierced his abdomen. It was not easy for him to get here. He had almost overdrawn all his strength. At this moment, he did not have the strength to dodge. His right hand grabbed the spear in his abdomen. He screamed in despair and used his saber to pierce through the spearman. The saber flashed and suddenly chopped down. His right hand flew out of his body. He screamed in pain as his only remaining left hand grabbed the soldier's neck. However, at the same time, 7 or 8 sabers fell down. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. His hand also brushed past the throats of 4 soldiers. The 4 corpses had not yet fallen down when another 10 or 20 people rushed forward. Wild cries and shrill screams rang out at the same time. One saber cut off his left hand. One saber cut off his right leg. He fell to the ground. A soldier threw away his saber and suddenly grabbed the spear that was still in his abdomen. He fiercely twisted it. With a loud roar, he lifted him into the air. Kill. Countless sabers and swords greeted him at the same time. Suddenly, blood and flesh flew everywhere. There were only 3 people left. Kong Shang Xian angrily looked at King of Hell Chu in the distance. He was so angry that his teeth were about to break. The enemy did not make a move. As long as King of Hell Chu made a move, with his and Yin Fa's strength, they could use King of Hell Chu as a distraction to fight and retreat. The army would not be as fearless as they were now. However, King of Hell Chu did not move. This made them lose their greatest chance of survival. All around Kong Shang Xian were corpses. At a glance, there were several hundred corpses. There were also many bloody alleys in the distance. These were the results of Kong Shang Xian's efforts. After a long battle, coupled with his injuries, Kong Shang Xian gradually felt that his vision was blurring. The strength in his body was also gradually decreasing. This situation made Kong Shang Xian suddenly realize that death was approaching. I can't hold on much longer. Could it be that I am really at the end of my road? Once this thought arose, Kong Shang Xian suddenly felt unreconciled. How can I die like this? How can I die so easily? Suddenly, he crazily chopped out 177 sabers. 40 or 50 people screamed at the same time. Suddenly, he shouted, "Wu Fa!" Wu Fa was already soaked in blood. Hearing this, he shouted, "Second brother." His situation was not good. If Old Sa was not by his side, this king-level leader would have been turned into minced meat. Old Sa. Kong Shang Xian roared again. Old Sa shouted, "I'm here. I'm here. I'm here." The 3 people continued to roar. It was as if the fact that they were still alive gave them great strength. In the distance, Chu Yang's expression changed and he said, "This is not good. Send out the order." The bugle horn sounded. The people who had just participated in the attack retreated like a tide. Another group of soldiers roared and rushed forward. These 2 king-level leaders are really 2 good men. GMO, who was next to Chu Yang, exclaimed, "Not bad." Chu Yang watched the battle with rapt attention. He constantly made hand signals and gave out orders. He said seriously, "Unfortunately, they are our enemies." "What a pity," GMO said regretfully. Just as the words "what a pity" came out of GMO's mouth, the battle situation suddenly changed. "Come closer." Kong Shang Xian's roar shook the night sky. Okay. Wu Fa and the Old Sa roared at the same time. It was as if they were moving the entire battlefield. The sounds of battle were being controlled by these 2 people, and they were moving closer to Kong Shang Xian's side. "Don't let them get close," Chu Yang shouted. He was sensitive enough to feel that once the 3 of them got close to each other, there would be an unexpected change that would occur. Chang'ong roared. In the middle of the battle, he led his subordinates to intercept them without any regard for their lives. The people on the other side were rolling. Kong Shang Xian was like a mad tiger, killing his way over. Wherever he went, countless pillars of blood spurted out. His path forward was dyed red with blood. The stirred blood light seemed to be emitting blood-colored fireworks for the sorrowful throne at any time and place. The entire battlefield seemed to have fallen into a nightmare. Everything seemed to have become unreal. Before the encirclement, everyone thought that Chu Yang was making a big fuss over nothing. In order to deal with a few people, he had mobilized an army of 100,000. But now, everyone was awed by the battle prowess of these few people. Are they still human? Under the encirclement of an army of 100,000 and the threat of 15,000 archers, they were still able to fight to this extent. The number of casualties had already reached a shocking level. If it were not for the fact that so many people were mobilized at the same time, even if their numbers were reduced by half, these people would not have been able to stop them. All the brave warriors in the army, as long as they went up, were dealt with in a breath's time. Those martial artists and martial masters, whom they had once looked up to, had all turned into corpses in mere moments. It was said that these people were seriously injured. If they were not injured, the commander shuddered. The distance between Kong Shang Xian and Wu Fa was only 50 feet. But this 50 feet distance, under Chu Yang's command, became a natural moat. Almost all the masters were gathered here. If they tried to force their way through, even if Kong Shang Xian was not injured, he was not confident. Chapter 187. Immediately after, Kong Shang Xian's throne in the air suddenly emitted a golden light. Kong Shang Xian suddenly jumped up from the ground. His body suddenly spun, and his saber became one with his body, turning into a bright ball of light. Then, he shot into the sky. Woo! A strange sound was heard. The bright saber flashed with a dreamlike brilliance in the sky and headed straight for the crowd. Chu Yang panicked and roared, "Scatter!" This is the life saber technique. The life saber technique was a king using his own life to fight. This was not the same as being one with the saber, but the power was the same. With the saber as one, there was still a chance to recover. However, with the life saber technique, one's life force would be burned away, and there would be no chance to recover. Because of this, the life saber technique was also known as the countdown to life, because once it was used, the person's life would enter the countdown. Sad Saber King Kong Shang Xian was finally going all out. Once this move was unleashed, even if no one attacked Kong Shang Xian, he would still die without a doubt once the aftershock of this move dissipated. Chu Yang had been waiting for this moment for a long time. How could he be willing to let his subordinates die for the sake of a doomed Sad Saber sovereign? Chang'ong heard this and roared, "Scatter!" He quickly rolled away, but his back was still hit by the saber. A large piece of flesh flew out. Hall Master Cheng was in so much pain that his whole body trembled violently. Under Kong Shang Xian's desperate efforts, In Wu Fa and the three old men finally met up. "Second brother." In Wu Fa crazily screamed as tears streamed down his face. "In Wu Fa." Kong Shang Xian screamed to the sky. His long hair flew up. "Don't let me die with regrets." "Second brother." In Wu Fa screamed. His whole body suddenly trembled violently. "Let's go." Kong Shang Xian roared. Suddenly, his whole body emitted a golden light. He grabbed In Wu Fa and shouted, "Old Sa, are you willing to accompany me on this road to the netherworld?" Old Sa laughed aloud and roared, "I was just about to accompany my wife to see this so-called nether spring." "Good. Today, I, Kong Shang Xian, have wronged you. On the Yellow Springs Road, let me apologize to you." Kong Shang Xian roared and suddenly took a deep breath. The golden light on his body became extremely dazzling at this moment. Then, he suddenly leaped up. However, he only leaped 10 feet before he stomped his feet down. Old Sa roared. His body flashed, and he appeared under Kong Shang Xian's feet. His two palms condensed all of his strength, and he suddenly pushed upward. Boom! Kong Shang Xian's feet suddenly landed on the Old Sa's palms. With a strong recoil, a king-level master and a middle-level revered martial artist worked together to push him forward. Kong Shang Xian's hand that was holding In Wu Fa suddenly turned into a rainbow that shocked the sky. It flew up 300 feet in the air, and then slanted for several hundred feet, flying towards Chu Yang's position. Behind him, sonic booms resounded in the air. A wisp of white smoke suddenly spread out. "Protect the minister!" Chang'ong screamed and jumped up from the ground. He didn't care about the blood and flesh on his back. He screamed and rushed towards Chu Yang with all his might. Whoosh! Kong Shang Xian's body had already reached the highest point. If he flew any further, he could only fall. At this moment, Kong Shang Xian warmly looked at In Wu Fa in his hand. His eyes emitted deep emotions. In Wu Fa crazily screamed, "Second brother, don't!" Kong Shang Xian turned a deaf ear and suddenly roared towards the sky. In the sky, the throne formed by the golden light suddenly spun like the sun. Then, with a loud bang, it exploded into countless golden stars and then disappeared into the night sky. Kong Shang Xian's body strangely stopped in midair. Then, he suddenly flew up 7 or 8 feet. Suddenly, he roared, "Brother!" His arms spun like a windmill, and he threw In Wu Fa's body out. Just as he made his move, Kong Shang Xian's body suddenly flashed again. Blood crazily spewed out from his mouth. He quickly chased after Enwu with both hands and feet. He used an unimaginable speed to chase after Enwu, who was flying at high speed. Hundreds of palms continuously landed on Enwu-Fa's soles. Then, he screamed, "Don't let me die with regrets." Suddenly, he spun around and ruthlessly kicked Enwu-Fa's soles. Whoosh! Behind Enwu-Fa, there was a series of sonic booms as he flew away at high speed. He was like a meteor flashing in the night sky. In just a few moments, he was already more than 1,000 feet away and could no longer be seen. This is the last move of a king-level master, turning into a golden light. At this moment, I am the king. It is to shatter one's own soul. No matter how injured a king-level master is, in this short period of time, he can use the explosion of his soul to double his strength. Jimo's face was heavy as he said, "This move is invincible." And this king-level expert used this trick to help his own brother escape. Chu Yang sighed and said, "Even if they are enemies, this brotherly love is truly touching. I am envious." Gmo nodded. At this moment, a golden light flashed in the sky. A loud roar sounded, "King of Hell Chu, give me your life." Kong Shang Xian used the last of his power to suddenly descend from 400 feet in the sky toward Chu Yang. "King of Hell Chu, give me your life." Old Sa was on the ground, but he also mustered the last of his strength and rushed toward Chu Yang without regard for his own life. Enwu was not out of danger yet. Only by creating more chaos here would Enwu have a chance to escape. Therefore, Old Sa and Kong Shang Xian were fighting with their lives on the line. Countless figures leaped into the air, and a rain of black arrows and spears shot into the sky like meteors. Kong Shang Xian laughed out loud. Jin Ran did not dodge. His eyes flashed with a ferocious light as he rushed toward Chu Yang. At this moment, all of his life force had been converted into one attack. His soul had been shattered, and his golden crown had disappeared. However, he still rushed forward. The sky full of arrows was like 100 rivers converging into the sea as they converged on Kong Shang Xian's body. At first, he was still able to shake them away, but later on, they pierced his flesh. A spear was thrown from Jimo's hand. With a whoosh, it pierced through Kong Shang Xian's abdomen. Kong Shang Xian did not slow down and continued to rush forward. He was only 3 feet away from Chu Yang. At this moment, in his eyes, there was no sky, no earth, no enemies, no tens of thousands of soldiers. There was only one person, King of Hell Chu. This was the real King of Hell Chu. Kong Shang Xian did not care about the wounds that others inflicted on his body. It was as if he did not feel anything. He only had one goal, to kill King of Hell Chu. Close. Kong Shang Xian's body was covered with countless arrows as he finally arrived in front of Chu Yang. Gmo roared and fiercely stabbed out with his sword. Kong Shang Xian's 7 orifices were bleeding. His hand suddenly shot out. Dang! The sword and the saber collided in the air. Gmo roared and spat out blood as he retreated. The shadowless saber and the long sword, these 2 divine weapons, exploded in the air at the same time. Kong Shang Xian's momentum did not decrease as he went straight for Chu Yang. Chu Yang's eyes were as cold as ice. He was waiting for the right moment. He could not dodge. If he dodged, he would lose the geographical advantage. Under the momentum, even if Kong Shang Xian was on the verge of death, he could still kill him. He could only face it head-on. Kong Shang Xian was already an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as he could block it, he would be finished. But at this moment, Gmo suddenly roared and rushed forward again. His body moved horizontally and blocked in front of Chu Yang. His 2 palms crossed as he attacked. He knew that Chu Yang was only a martial artist. Even if Kong Shang Xian was weakened to this extent, Chu Yang still could not block him. At this moment, he did not know why he was so excited and rushed forward. Kong Shang Xian fiercely rushed forward. Their palms met. Bang! Gotcha! Gmo's wrists were broken. Immediately after, Kong Shang Xian's other hand pierced towards Gmo's chest like lightning. Damn it! Kong Shang Xian's eyes were full of anger. He was about to succeed, but a young martial great master appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, Kong Shang Xian's hatred for GMO surpassed everything else. GMO roared and fiercely kicked out. His heart was cold. He was unable to dodge Kong Shang Xian's palm. If Kong Shang Xian's palm hit, GMO would die without a doubt. A shadow flashed. Chu Yang's indifferent black-robed figure appeared in front of GMO Bang. Kong Shang Xian's palm, which was supposed to hit GMO's chest, mercilessly hit Chu Yang's chest. At the same time, Chu Yang's left palm hit Kong Shang Xian's chest. His right palm condensed Calamity Sword and suddenly pierced into Kong Shang Xian's heart. Suddenly, it twisted. Kacha! Kacha! Kong Shang Xian and Chu Yang, who were at the end of their rope, had their ribs broken. Both of them simultaneously spat out blood and powerlessly flew backwards. Boss! GMO screamed. His eyes immediately turned red. Then, he threw himself backwards and used his body as a cushion to catch Chu Yang. Chu Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. He endured the pain in his chest and lightly said, "You were willing to sacrifice your life for me. How can I let you die?" GMO was stunned. Chu Yang's words were vague, but he understood the meaning behind them. "You treat me as a brother. If you were willing to sacrifice your life for me, I would also be willing to die for you." Kong Shang Xian's body flipped backwards. Blood splattered on the ground, and he suddenly stopped moving. He stood there proudly. His eyes were like sharp swords as he looked in Chu Yang's direction. Chu Yang struggled. He held onto GMO's shoulder and stood up. His eyes met Kong Shang Xian's from afar. Kong Shang Xian's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. Then, he stood there as if he was using all of his strength to slowly move his eyes away and look at the night sky. That was the direction In Wu Fa had left in. Kong Shang Xian's eyes were full of longing. He gently let out a breath. His entire body suddenly became still and motionless. "Don't touch him!" Chu Yang shouted at a few soldiers who were about to rush forward. He sighed and said, "He is already dead." Yes, this generation's king-level master, who once dominated the lower three heavens, was no longer breathing, although his eyes were still wide open and his body was still standing. Chapter 188. King-level master. The old Sa was already covered in wounds and had reached the final stage. Suddenly, he let out a heart-wrenching roar and jumped up. However, he was pierced by hundreds of spears at the same time while he was still in the air. The battlefield suddenly fell into silence. Looking at the entire area that was in a mess, looking at all the buildings that had collapsed in this battle, everyone felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. Only the fresh blood on the ground was still flowing quietly, even making a slight splashing sound. "It's finally over." Chu Yang stood up tiredly and muttered, "The price of encircling two king-level masters is actually so heavy." His body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. Kong Shang Xian's last attack, even though he was like a lamp without oil, was still enough to almost kill Chu Yang. If that palm had landed on GMO's body, it would have hit his chest. Chu Yang suddenly stepped forward, and that palm landed on Chu Yang's right chest. His internal organs were shaken, and several of his ribs were broken. Fortunately, Kong Shang Xian's last bit of strength was only at this point. Otherwise, if the Tribulation Sword Spirit did not take the initiative to attack, Chu Yang would not have been able to save his life. Count the casualties. Do your best to chase after the other king-level master who escaped. Chu Yang gave this order. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out another mouthful of blood. He was on the verge of collapsing. Right now, Chu Yang was very confused. What was Tai Bu Tian doing? Why didn't he come for such a big event? Also, the two shadow protectors were nowhere to be seen. If one of them came, this battle would not have been so tragic. Finally, the battle came to an end. Iron Cloud Citadel also fell into a state of relative peace. The pursuit of the remaining members of Golden Horse Riders Department did not relax. The search inside Iron Cloud Citadel was still ongoing. All of Iron Cloud Citadel's areas leading to Great Zhao were also being searched. However, Chu Yang knew that this would not be of much use. The chances of finding and capturing the king-level leader who had already escaped was simply too small. Right now, Chu Yang was lying on a soft bed, trying his best to heal. Jimo's injuries were much lighter than Chu Yang's. After staying here for a while, GMO felt uncomfortable. So, Chu Yang had no choice but to send him back to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. GMO didn't say anything when he left. It seemed that tonight's outing with Chu Yang was just an ordinary trip. As for getting injured, it was just a common occurrence for a man of Jianghu. However, his eyes were obviously more dignified and thoughtful. The way he looked at Chu Yang was also more respectful than before. He was no longer so frivolous. These descendants of aristocratic families were all extremely shrewd. It can't be said that I'll be loyal to Chu Yang for saving my life this time. Even if I die, I won't leave him. This is impossible. Moreover, the reason why Chu Yang had gotten injured for him was because GMO had attacked him first. However, Chu Yang had firmly planted a seed of the word brother in his heart this time. What is a brother? Kong Shang Xian and Yin Wu Fa, who were bathed in blood and fighting in desperate situations, were able to help each other and shed their last drop of blood for their brother. They were the perfect embodiment of the word brother. Kong Shang Xian was a notorious bandit, and Yin Wu Fa was a notorious assassin. There was one more thing. They were both enemies. Plus, they had caused great harm to their own troops. However, their bad reputation and hostile status could not cover up the brotherly love between the two of them. Even though they hated the two of them to the bone, there was no man in the world who did not envy their brotherly love. This is what a brother is. GMO was deep in thought. When he returned, the sky was already bright. Chu Yang was quietly lying down in Butian Pavilion. His mind was replaying Kong Shang Xian's last move over and over again. That brilliant saber light, the golden crown that exploded in the air. Finally, the gaze that he used to look in the direction that his brother escaped was so meaningful and sincere. Thinking about it, Chu Yang sighed. Such a brother is worthy of being called a brother. For Yin Wu Fa to have such a brother in this life, regardless of life or death, he would have no regrets. 3 of Chu Yang's ribs were broken. Every time he sighed, he felt a piercing pain. However, this pain made him remember Kong Shang Xian's expression even more clearly, so he sighed again. In the end, Kong Shang Xian died at Chu Yang's hands. The tip of the Calamity Sword pierced his heart and killed him at that moment. Regarding killing Kong Shang Xian, Chu Yang did not regret it. Witnessing the love between his enemies, Chu Yang felt very moved. But an enemy is an enemy. Minister Chu could not help but sigh again. Chu Yang's sighs made Wu Qian, who was taking care of him, feel very distressed. She could not help but softly advise him, "You are already seriously injured. Why are you sighing like this? Take care of your injuries. No matter how big the matter is, wait until you are better." Hearing her words, Chu Yang sighed again and asked, "Recently, is there any news from the sect?" "No." Wu Qian's expression was a little sad. She lowered her head and said, "Father has not sent any news for a long time." Chu Yang sighed softly. His eyes were a little perplexed as he looked outside the window. He softly said, "Every time I am injured, I miss Shiji." Wu Qian's hands trembled. She was startled for a while. She looked at Chu Yang's eyes and suddenly became very gentle. She softly said, "Me too. Every time I am injured or sick, I want to stay in my mother's arms and act like a spoiled child. This is human nature." Wu Qian suddenly felt that at this moment, Chu Yang was really like a little martial brother of his age. When injured, he would always be weak and emotional. Right now, she could clearly feel that Chu Yang was very lonely. He was like a child who was hurt but could not find his family. He needed her to take care of him and protect him. However, she didn't know that the injuries Chu Yang was talking about were from his previous life. In his previous life, Chu Yang was alone. Every time he got injured, he would curl up in a corner and recuperate by himself. He would always remember how Ming Chao Ran had taken care of him when he was young. Every time he thought about it, his heart would always be filled with endless bitterness and sadness. "Ha ha." Chu Yang chuckled and said, "But I will not act like a spoiled child." Wu Qian coquettishly rolled her eyes at him and said, "You are a man. If you act like a spoiled child, you will become a joke. As she said this, she picked up the medicine that was a little cold. She used a spoon to scoop it up and tasted it. She leisurely sat by the bed and gently said, "Come, take the medicine. Be good and open your mouth." Wu Qianqian's voice sounded like she was coaxing a child. Chu Yang did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Senior Du will come in a while. It seems that the palace is very busy," Wu Qianqian said. "Why bother Senior Du with such a small injury?" Chu Yang's eyes faintly flashed. At this moment, Minister, His Highness is here. Chen Yutong came in to report. Before he finished speaking, Taibu Tian had already walked in. His face was still calm and indifferent, but the depths of his eyes were filled with fatigue and bloodshot. "Minister Chu, I am sorry. I am late." Taibu Tian stood in front of Chu Yang's bed. The first thing he said was an apology. This was beyond Wu Qianqian's expectations. The first thing the heir to the throne of a country said was an apology. There is nothing to be sorry about. Chu Yang said casually, "Does His Highness know how many people died in this battle?" "I am sorry. I was really anxious. Last night, the palace suddenly came to report that father's condition had suddenly worsened. Senior Du said that it might have happened in one night. I left in a hurry. The two uncles also did their best to stabilize father's vitality. It was not until this morning that I found out that such a big thing had happened in the city. And Minister Chu had already completed a major operation." Taibu Tian's tone had a touch of guilt. He also understood that if he could have cooperated with Chu Yang at the first moment, then the losses in the battle would have been reduced by at least half, or even more. But in his worry and confusion, although Taibu Tian knew that Chu Yang would have a major operation tonight, he still went to the palace first. Sigh. Chu Yang sighed. Taibu Tian's attitude of admitting his mistake was very sincere. Chu Yang could not say anything. Besides, this matter could not be said to be Taibu Tian's fault. His biological father was seriously ill. He could not possibly ignore it, right? Moreover, Taibu Tian went to the palace before Chu Yang arranged the operation. This was even more difficult to blame. The number of casualties of the minister was calculated. Chen Yutong came in again. His expression was much more serious. "Yes, how is it?" Chu Yang asked. 3,370 soldiers have died in battle. The injured, 113. Chen Yutong said, "This is the military's loss." As for Bu Tian Pavilion, 77 people died in battle and 50 were injured. The guests of the imperial residence, 18 people died in battle and 35 were injured. The Ministry of Justice, a total of 100 people died in battle and 14 were injured. Bu Tian Pavilion's hall leader Cheng is seriously injured. The minister is seriously injured. Chen Yutong finished and sighed softly. On the side, Taibu Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. 8 people, a total of 8 enemies. 4 of them died under the arrows. And these casualties were basically killed by the hands of the other 4. And among the other 4, 3 of them were even more ferocious. Each of their subordinates took more than 1,000 lives from us. Chu Yang lightly said, "This is the power of experts." Taibu Tian's face suddenly turned red. He also had the strength of experts on his side, but they were brought to the palace by him. If the 2 shadows participated in the battle, then these casualties could definitely be rewritten, or even not at all. But they did not. Chu Yang did not say anything, but Taibu Tian understood the meaning of Chu Yang's words. Your father is a father. Then, how many fathers do these 4,000 people have? How many are fathers? Chapter 189. Chu Yang closed his eyes tiredly and said indifferently, "Clan Master Chun, you can leave first. Qianqian, you too." The 2 of them looked at Chu Yang worriedly and finally walked out of the room, knowing that Chu Yang wanted to talk to Taibu Tian alone. And this conversation would probably not be pleasant. Watching the 2 of them leave, Chu Yang was silent for a long time. "I'm listening," Taibu Tian said softly. "I actually didn't want to say anything, but after thinking for a long time, I still have to say it." Chu Yang's voice was a little sharp as he said, "In your opinion, the emperor is critically ill, and as the Grand Empress, you should be by his side to serve him. In your opinion, The emperor's life and death also determine the fate of Iron Cloud, so the Grand Empress needs to be present. You need to use your greatest strength to treat the emperor's illness. This is very reasonable. As a woman, it is understandable for anyone to make such a decision, Chu Yang said quietly, but you must never forget that you are also a ruler. These reasons can be said very well in any other place, and can be understood by others, but they can't be said in the army. Chu Yang said heavily. Taibutian suddenly looked up, wanting to say something, but Chu Yang didn't give him the chance to speak, quickly cutting him off. The army respects orders. Soldiers in the army, even if their parents are lying on the bed with only one breath left, as long as the army orders to gather, they will immediately set off and rush to the battlefield. If they are late by even a moment, their heads will roll. Military law is merciless. Military law doesn't give any reasons. Whether the father or mother is seriously ill, they can only obey orders. Chu Yang said indifferently, it was the same last night. With one order, nearly 4,000 people threw their lives away here. Your Highness, what can you compensate them for? Chu Yang asked sharply. What can compensate for the pain of a mother losing her son and a wife losing her husband? Because war is merciless, sacrifices are inevitable. For so many years, millions of men have died on the battlefield, and no one said anything. This is a necessary sacrifice. Chu Yang said, however, when unnecessary sacrifices and completely avoidable sacrifices happen, no amount of regret or compensation will help. Taibutian stood quietly, listening to Chu Yang's words. He knew that Chu Yang was a little emotional today, so he didn't say anything. Minister Chu, don't you think that your words are a bit harsh? A shadow guardian appeared and said coldly. I am not Taibutian's subordinate. Chu Yang also said coldly, I'm just helping. What we, the Jados, are protecting is also the Tai clan's territory. If Taibutian herself doesn't care, then we don't have to. He narrowed his eyes and coldly looked at Ing. If the advice is unpleasant to the ears, then your Highness can choose not to listen. You can also choose to banish me. Taibutian heaved a long sigh. He waved his hand to stop the shadow from speaking further. He said, Minister Fei, you should recuperate well today. I am at fault for what happened today. In the future, I will come and beg for forgiveness from the minister. Then, he stood up and said, Minister Chu, take a good rest. When he reached the door, Chu Yang said coldly, the corpses of the soldiers who died in battle have yet to turn cold. The remnants of the Golden Horse Riders Department had yet to be executed. Your Highness, don't disappoint the soldiers. Taibutian's body paused at the door. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't. He sighed and walked out. Chu Yang lay down heavily on the bed. He narrowed his eyes and thought about something. Chu Yang was a little impulsive today. He also wanted to control it, but the moment he saw Taibutian, he suddenly decided not to control it. Taibutian was a king, but this kind of mistake was not something a king could make. Of course, he had a legitimate reason, but a legitimate reason did not necessarily mean that it was acceptable. If in the future, when the situation got worse and worse, Taibutian still persisted in this filial piety that was praised by the whole world, it could lead to an unprecedented chaos in Iron Cloud. A catastrophe, because Tai Shicheng did not have much longer to live. Whether Taibutian was willing or not, he had to learn to accept from now on. Using such an extreme method to force a filial son to become a qualified king was cold-blooded. But Chu Yang had no other choice. Because if Taibutian could not change this mindset, then Chu Yang would not see any hope of victory in this ancient war with Diwu Qingro. Send someone to the palace. As long as Senior Du has time, ask him to come here immediately. Chu Yang ordered coldly. In addition, Qian, go to Heavenly Armament Pavilion immediately and ask Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang to come here. Chu Yang wanted to give a strong dose of medicine, and now, he felt that this was the best opportunity. An hour later, Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang appeared in front of Chu Yang. How are your injuries? Gu Duxing asked with concern. I won't die yet. Chu Yang smiled. Then, his expression became serious and he said, Duxing Wushang, there is one thing that I wanted to do after a while. But now, it seems that it must be done immediately. You two can help me with this. What is it? Just say it. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were very straightforward. They were so bored that their bones ached. When GMO returned with his injuries, he bragged a lot. When everyone heard that he went with Chu Yang to do such a big thing, they were very envious. They wished that they could go out and fight as well. I need you two to help me kill a few people. Chu Yang's eyes flashed coldly as he slowly said. Perhaps, now was the best opportunity to do so. Chu Yang had always been suspicious. Why did Iron Cloud Emperor Tai Shi-Cheng's condition drag on? Why did it not get worse earlier or later? Why did it suddenly get worse at this critical moment? Why did it get worse to the point where two king-level masters needed to use all their strength to keep him alive? This was too much of a coincidence. If someone said that Du Shiqing had nothing to do with this, Chu Yang would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. And doing these things required time. In a hurry, Du Shiqing could not have done it so accurately. According to his calculations, it should have been sometime after Kongshan Xian was injured. Then, Heimo retreated from Iron Cloud Citadel, and he began to search the entire citadel. It was during this time that Iron Cloud Citadel's Golden Horse Riders department realized that there was a big crisis. In order to divert Iron Cloud's attention, he used Tai Shi-Cheng. At the very least, with Tai Shi-Cheng in this situation, Tai Butian and his two king-level masters could be completely restrained. For the already injured Kongshan Xian and Yinwu Fa, this was undoubtedly the loss of their two biggest muscles. It was because of this that Chu Yang was very dissatisfied with Tai Butian staying in the palace for so long. With Tai Butian's intelligence, he should not have fallen into the enemy's trap, but he did not even think about it and went to the palace. This made Chu Yang realize Tai Butian's biggest weakness. Even though Tai Butian was wise, decisive, and ruthless, there was one thing that made people uncomfortable. He was very emotional. Emotional. This kind of thing might be cute on a woman, but on a man, especially one who was the future emperor of a country, it was very uncomfortable to find this kind of thing on him. If he wanted to influence Du Shiqing, how? Du Shiqing himself would not do this kind of thing, and he would not contact Di Wuqingrou's people. Chu Yang was very sure of this. Du Shiqing's hatred for Di Wuqingrou was definitely not fake. Then, was it the people around him? The person I want you to kill is... Chu Yang said seriously, do not expose yourself. Don't worry. This is too simple. Dong Wushang laughed and looked forward to it. Gu Duxing gently nodded. His eyes suddenly revealed a sharp murderous intent. Cheng Yun he stood in front of the window, feeling cold all over. Last night, after he finished arranging everything, he immediately left. But 2 hours later, there was a large-scale battle. The sound of the fierce battle could be clearly heard from the inn a few miles away. But at that time, he could not do anything. He could only try his best to control his subordinates' urge to go help and wait in silence. Kongshan Xian's cry of, "Don't let me die with regrets," shook the entire Iron Cloud Citadel from its slumber. At that moment, Cheng Yun he clearly felt that Kongshan Xian was finished. Not long after, Yinwu Fa's battered and bruised body suddenly came in. He twitched a few times, said a few words, and then fell into a deep coma. Go, save my second brother. At that moment, Cheng Yun he felt as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He almost could not control himself. He immediately arranged for people to take Yinwu Fa away and erase all traces. He knew that the pursuing army would arrive soon. Sure enough, after a short while, the search team arrived in waves. They even tore open the quilt and searched the whole place. When everything finally calmed down, it was already dawn. Yinwu Fa's injuries were very serious. His life could be in danger at any moment. However, he had already used the Jade Spirit Ginseng once. Using it again would be useless. Cheng Yun he could only give him Menghun solution. Then, he immediately began to make arrangements to leave. Menghun solution could only guarantee 1 month's time. If they could not return to Great Zhao within a month, Yinwu Fa would die without a doubt. But right now, Iron Cloud Citadel was in a state of panic and unrest. All 4 gates were closed to search for spies. How could they leave? Because of this, Cheng Yun he frowned every day. He asked many officials to leave the citadel by doing business, but all he received were apologetic replies. Cheng Yun he thought for a long time, but he could not think of a safe way to leave. From that day on, he did not even dare to use the invisible falcon to send messages. Because there were people watching the sky day and night, the invisible falcon needed a short period of time to fly into the sky before it melted into the void. During that period of time, with the current strict surveillance, he was afraid that someone would find out. Once found out, it would be a disaster. Unable to contact him, Cheng Yun he became even more anxious. If Prime Minister Diwu Qingro knew what had happened during this time, how would he react? Chapter 190. Of the 30 experts from Golden Horse Riders Department who came this time, 20 had already died. 3 command horse riders were all dead. Of the 2 king-level leaders, 1 died in battle. If the other one was not sent out, he was also in trouble. This was the biggest loss Golden Horse Riders Department had suffered in the past 10 years. It was the first time that a king-level expert had died outside the sect. Cheng Yun he could only imagine how crazy Golden Horse Riders Department would be when they heard this news. Thinking about his own situation, Cheng Yun he felt powerless to ask the heavens. He came to Iron Cloud Citadel with a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. But when he came here, he did not do anything and immediately fell into this awkward situation. From the first day he came here, Kong Shang Xian acted without permission and dragged him into a quagmire. Now, he was stuck in this quagmire and could not pull himself out. He frowned as he paced around and muttered, "Do I really have to take the risk?" In the afternoon, Du Shiqing arrived late. Right now, Iron Cloud Citadel was in a state of chaos. When Du Shiqing came, naturally all the bodyguards had to follow him. When Fire Saber Great Master Gao Wei Cheng and the 4 knights arrived at the door of Butian Pavilion, they were stopped. They were politely led to the main hall for tea. Regarding this, Gao Wei Cheng was indignant and said, "We have known Minister Chu for a long time. Why is it that after using us to climb to a high position in Iron Cloud, you suddenly turn against us? What a despicable person." Gao Wei Cheng's words caused all of the Butian Pavilion members to angrily stare at him, especially those who had bandages on their shoulders. Their eyes were spitting fire, and they wanted to go up and chop this skinny old man with a mouth full of shit into meat paste. "Sir, I don't care who you are. If you say one more bad word about Minister Chu, I cannot guarantee that you will walk out of here alive," Chen Yutong said with a serious face. Gao Weicheng snorted. His face was full of disdain, but he did not say anything else. At this moment, Chu Yang and Du Shiqing were sitting across from each other in the room. "Senior Du, I want to know what kind of weakness Diwu Qingro has on you?" After a while, Chu Yang looked at Du Shiqing fixing his broken bones and slowly asked, "Blackmail?" Du Shiqing's hand trembled. "Yes, I am very curious. With Senior Du's character, how could you be threatened by Diwu Qingro?" Chu Yang said casually, "Especially last night. The monarch's illness was so coincidental. This made me feel even more uncomfortable." Du Shiqing looked up at the sky and sighed. After a long silence, he finally said, "My parents, wife, and son are all in Golden Horse Riders Department. My parents are almost 80 years old. The most hateful thing is that my son, who is 23 years old this year, was brainwashed and joined Golden Horse Riders Department as a silver horse rider. And my daughter-in-law is actually a silver horse rider of the Golden Horse Riders Department. Once I make a move, my family will be annihilated." Du Shiqing sighed helplessly and said with a wry smile, "What can I do? Who would truly live for the sake of the world? After all, they are in the minority. Most people live for their parents. Others may not care, but I, Du Shiqing, cannot." Chu Yang was silent. He also sighed. Du Shiqing's matter was definitely a dead end. If it was just his family being held hostage, then this matter would be easy to solve. He could send a few experts and secretly bring them out. Although this matter would be difficult, it was not impossible. But the problem was that his son and daughter-in-law were loyal to Golden Horse Riders Department. This was the root of his stubbornness. Even if they were brought out, they would only be bringing out 2 spies. If Senior Du Shiqing did not betray but went missing, What would happen? Chu Yang probed. If that was the case, then perhaps they would be safe. Du Shiqing smiled bitterly. But how would they go missing? How could it be so easy to fool Diwu Qingro? It is not that there is no way. Chu Yang gently tapped the edge of the bed with his finger and said casually, Fire Saber Great Master Gao Wei Chung. What is his role in Golden Horse Riders Department? Chu Yang's words were very certain. Du Shiqing smiled bitterly and said, Sure enough, I can't fool you. Gao Wei Chung is a dark horse rider. But this person likes to be alone. Although his martial arts are not outstanding, his ability to control firepower is not to be underestimated. Plus, Gao Wei Chung seems to have come from a mysterious place. There is a huge force behind him. I only know this much. Not necessarily. Mysterious place? Chu Yang sneered and said, even if Gao Wei Chung really came from that place, his identity is only a lowly person. How could someone from that place be so weak? Plus, once he came from that place, there would be many people working together. How could it be just him alone? You know that place? Du Shiqing asked. Yes. Chu Yang pondered and nodded. He asked, Did Gao Wei Chung inform you of Golden Horse Riders Department's operation? The other 4 guards. I am not sure. Du Shiqing smiled bitterly and said, I know what you want to do, but this matter needs to be handled carefully. What if the force behind Gao Wei Chung is not something you can deal with right now? If we have to be careful in everything, then the best way is to do nothing. Chu Yang said softly, Since we have already done it, even if the sky falls down, we have to go back up. It is not a big deal, Chu Yang said. Du Shiqing sighed deeply. Du Shiqing went back. On the way back, he sat in the carriage with a worried frown. Thinking about Chu Yang's words, he became even more worried. He was not worried for himself, but for Chu Yang. If it worked, then there would be nothing to worry about. But the problem was, would his plan succeed? Would it implicate himself? Especially when Chu Yang said something that made Du Shiqing's hair stand on end. Senior Du, with the monarch's condition, if you don't do anything, how many days can he last? This, I am not sure. If I let him go, I am afraid he will only have 10 days. 10 days? At that time, Chu Yang said thoughtfully, should be enough, right? What does Chu Yang want to do? Senior Du, this Chu Yang really thinks too highly of himself. This is simply intolerable. Gao Wei Chung said angrily as he drove the carriage. At that time, when he was in such dire straits, he came to find Senior Du on the surface. He said it was to repay a favor, but in reality, he was using Senior Du's reputation to come to Iron Cloud to find a chance to rise up. At that time, he said righteously that he would never enter the bureaucracy. Now that I think about it, it is simply disgusting. Gao Wei Cheng's saliva flew everywhere. Don't say any more. Du Shiqing closed his eyes slightly and said lightly, this bastard. Sooner or later he will. What sooner or later, Gao Wei Chung did not say. He drove the carriage without saying anything else. The imperial city was already close at hand. The road to the sky was wide and flat. There were patrolling soldiers all around. Logically speaking, this was the safest place. Mr. Du, please come with me to see a patient. Thank you. A faint voice said faintly. His voice was clear and elegant and very courteous. Who is it? Gao Wei Chung stretched his neck and asked. In the past few days, as long as he occasionally came out, there were too many people who stopped Du Shiqing to see a patient. Over time, Gao Wei Chung had already gotten used to it. It is me, the faint voice said lightly. Senior Du has not spoken yet. What are you, a coachman, shouting for? Gao Wei Chung was furious and said, when you ask someone to see a patient, you must be polite. What kind of attitude is this? As he said this, he stood up from the carriage and looked around. His face was full of anger. The voice replied, courteous? I have not learned it yet, but for disobedient people, I have already learned how to kill. Before he finished speaking, a jet-black saber light appeared in broad daylight and turned into a lightning bolt that struck Gao Wei Chung. After the saber light flashed, a faint shadow suddenly appeared. Another shadow with a shining sword came out from under the carriage. With a swoosh, the 4 guards' throats were cut, and they were thrown in 4 different directions. Then, This person entered the carriage and said faintly, "Senior Du, saving a patient is like putting out a fire. Come with me." With a boom, the roof of the carriage was pierced through. A masked man in black with one hand carrying Du Shiqing flew out of the hole and landed on the roof of the carriage. Then, with a kick of his feet, he flew out like a big bird. Using the roof of a house on the side of the road as leverage, he disappeared without a trace with a whoosh. At this time, Gao Weicheng was already out of breath from the saber that was as dark as night. If he did not crazily throw out fire, his head would have already fallen to the ground. At this moment, seeing that Du Shiqing was taken away, Gao Weicheng turned pale with fright. He wanted to rush forward to stop them, but the saber technique of the masked man in black was very flexible. His body did not land on the ground, but Gao Weicheng was already in a difficult situation. He could not free his hands and could only watch as Du Shiqing was taken away. "Someone come quickly. Senior Du has been taken away." Gao Weicheng was in a hurry and did not care about face. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "This is a saber great master?" The masked man in black coldly sneered, "You have really lost the face of a saber great master." It was clear that this masked man in black was also a saber great master. Gao Weicheng's screams spread far and wide. Immediately, the surrounding troops began to gather. "I originally wanted to play with you, but I did not expect that you would not even care about face. You might as well not even care about your life." The masked man in black suddenly shouted and pulled back his saber. In an instant, it was as if all the air in the area was sucked out by his saber and turned into a vacuum. Then, the saber, as dark as night, came down with a swoosh. This saber did not have any fancy moves, but it was very imposing. It made people feel that even if there was a mountain in front of them, this saber would still be able to split it. Moreover, this saber did not hold back. It seemed that no matter what was in front of it, after splitting it, it would not stop. It would continue to slash downwards and split the earth in two. Gao Weicheng only felt that the opponent's saber was firmly locked onto him. For a moment, it was difficult for him to even use his saber. He could not help but be scared out of his wits. Suddenly, he screamed. The saber in his hand and the 7 orifices on his face suddenly spewed out fire. Chapter 191. So this is the fire saber great master. The man in black snorted coldly. His saber's aura changed 4 times. With a schwa sound, the oncoming fire was split in half by this saber. Then his saber slashed the ground with a schwa sound. Using the rebound from the saber, the man in black somersaulted into the air. At this time, the first wave of arrows came down like a waterfall. The man in black did not make a sound. His saber was in the air. With a schwa sound, his body changed direction and avoided the arrows. He landed on top of the wall and disappeared without looking back. Gao Weicheng still maintained his saber-slashing posture. His 2 eyes stared fiercely in front of him. His 7 orifices were still spewing out fire. Then the fire suddenly disappeared without any warning. Gao Weicheng's eyes slowly became unfocused. He turned a deaf ear to the people who rushed over and asked him questions. He did not respond at all. Immediately after, a thin line of blood slowly appeared on his forehead. The line of blood slowly spread out, and then with a swoosh, it spurted out. Gao Weicheng's standing body suddenly split into 2 halves, like a watermelon that was cut from the middle, and fell to the ground with a plop. His entire body maintained perfect balance. From head to crotch, it was split into 2 halves. The 2 halves of his body neatly formed the word, "one" on the ground. His internal organs spilled all over the ground. There were screams all around. Many soldiers were so scared that their weapons fell to the ground. Then one by one, they turned around and vomited. Du Shiqing's bodyguards were all dead. Fire Saber Great Master Gao Weicheng died in battle. Divine Dr. Du Shiqing disappeared. Moreover, the most ironic thing was that this happened right in front of Iron Cloud Citadel's royal palace. In fact, it was not even 100 feet away. This kind of thing was like pouring oil on the already boiling Iron Cloud Citadel. It completely blew up. Taibu Tian lost his usual calmness and became furious. He ordered a search of the entire citadel. King of Hell Chu lost his usual gloominess and became furious. He ordered, "Even if we have to turn over all the rat holes in Ironcloud Citadel, we must find divine Dr. Du." All the officials in Ironcloud Citadel were furious. They spontaneously organized their guards to participate in the search. Tai Long Chung, who was still on the front lines, was furious. He ordered the military to search with all their might. In just a moment, Ironcloud Citadel began to shake as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Ironcloud Citadel is now in a state of chaos that cannot be described in words. You're right. You've just killed a king-level master. Ironcloud Citadel is now in a state of chaos. The craziest of them all was King of Hell Chu, Minister Chu. Under the mobilization of Butian Pavilion, King of Hell Chu's eyes behind his mask became blood-red. He glared fiercely at his 200 subordinates and said through gritted teeth, "Senior Du Shiqing is a godly doctor of his generation, and I owe him a great favor. This time, I don't care who took Mr. Dean. In short, I must make him pay. Unbearable price. I want to let these daring thieves know that there are some things that they can't do. There are some people you can't afford to offend." Now, the biggest suspect is the remaining members of the Golden Horse Riders Department in the city. These bastards must have been driven to desperation and committed such atrocious acts. Now, I give the order. Chungong. Minister Chu's roar shook the entire Butian Pavilion. Dust began to fall from the roofs. "Subordinate is here." Hall leader Chung, who had not recovered from his serious injuries, stepped forward. "My order." King of Hell Chu's crazy eyes flickered with a hysterical rage and an unconcealable murderous intention. Everyone who saw him shuddered in fear. Fierce Blood Hall must stop the new murderers. Everyone must be mobilized at once. If you can't find Mr. Dean, Chungong, think about the consequences. Yes. Chung Eng's thin face was dripping with sweat the size of soybeans. Chun Yu Tong. Minister Chu roared again, and the entire hall shook 3 times. "Subordinate is here." Chun Yu Tong trembled as he came out. "My order. Heavenly Secrets Hall, stop the new training. Everyone, move out. All the intelligence networks, move out. All the connections, use them all. All of them. That, all of them. That, and that." King of Hell Chu excitedly slapped the table. "Do you understand?" Chun Yu Tong fainted. The first hall master really wanted to ask, "Minister, what is that? What is that?" L. Ref equals and quo. RGE equals and quo. Underscore BLNK equals and quo. And G, however, Hall Leader Chin didn't have the guts to do so. So, he stood up straight and said in an imposing manner, "Minister, this subordinate completely understands." "Good. If you can't do it, you should think about the consequences." Minister Chu pointed with his right hand. "Move out immediately." Yes. Chun Yutong's face was firm. He walked out the door with firm steps. He thought to himself, "Wait until Minister Chu's anger subsides. I have to go in again and ask what that is. Otherwise, I have already said it clearly. If I can't finish playing, then I will really pass down my order." King of Hell Chu's thunderous roar came from the main hall. "Capital Imperial Guards, Capital 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 Justice 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 Imperial Guards." Even if these bastards turn into bedbugs, dig them out and chop them into pieces. This murderous aura, this Chen Yutong wiped the sweat off his face and quickly walked out. "I should hide first." Tai Butian was rushing to Butian Pavilion. Tai Butian's intuition told her that this matter had something to do with King of Hell Chu, but she could not describe what she was feeling. Just as she arrived at Butian Pavilion, she saw a group of people wiping their sweat in fear. They walked out one by one, their faces pale and sweating. "What's wrong?" Grand Elder asked. Before he finished speaking, a crashing sound was heard from inside. With a sudden sound, a broken table flew out and fell into the courtyard, breaking into pieces. Immediately, A furious roar was heard. Bastard! Bastard! This is the biggest joke in the world. The divine doctor was robbed in front of the imperial city. What are all of you doing? The country's salary is feeding you fat, motherfucker. You just take the money and don't do anything? This iron cloud must be cleaned up. It must be seriously reorganized. Everyone jumped in fright. Clean up? You've almost killed them all. This Bouillon pavilion. It must be cleaned up. I don't want any of these vermin. Crush them to death. Minister Chu's angry voice came out from inside, accompanied by the crashing sound of things being smashed. Everyone shuddered as Feng Xian ran out of the room in fear. Cleaning up the bureaucracy, if it was not serious, it would only result in imprisonment. But cleaning up Bouillon pavilion, it was a dead end. Hurry up and get to work. What the hell? Fuck. King of Hell Chu was still cursing. Tai Bouillon listened with a calm face for a while, and finally walked in. Your Excellency the Minister, please calm down for the time being. Nonsense. How can I calm down after this? Do you know how embarrassing this is? Grand Elder? Minister Chu yelled halfway before he realized that the person he was yelling at was the Grand Elder. For a moment, he could not help but feel awkward. Tai Bouillon stood quietly and looked at Chu Yang. After a long time, he slowly said, Minister, what do you think about the disappearance of Divine Dr. Du? I am very angry, Chu Yang said. For something like this to happen in the most important place in Iron Cloud Citadel, it is simply shocking. Chu Yang's tone was heavy. Well, if Senior Du is not found, I am afraid there is no hope for my father's illness. Tai Bouillon's voice was trying hard to control his emotions, but the sadness and helplessness were clear. Chu Yang sighed and lowered his head. Then he raised it up and looked at Tai Bouillon. I am very angry that Senior Du is missing, but when it comes to the Emperor's illness, please forgive me. I have a different view. Tai Bouillon was silent. He also looked at Chu Yang's eyes without blinking and said, Oh, these days, Du Xinyo came here. I also talked to him about the Emperor's illness. Chu Yang sighed and said, Senior Du once said that the Emperor's current illness has reached the point where he is like a lamp that has run out of oil. Every time he took a breath, he would suffer great torment. Mr. Du's treatment of the Emperor is not a treatment at all, but a stimulation of the Emperor's pain as much as possible, using this pain to maintain the Emperor's breath and consciousness. Chu Yang said indifferently, Senior Du once said that when the Emperor was conscious, he begged Senior Du countless times to stop treating him and to let him die quickly. At this point, continuing to live is tantamount to the greatest torture in the world. At this time, if you forcefully keep him alive out of filial piety, it is no longer filial piety, it is making him beg for death. Don't say any more. Tai Bouillon suddenly shut her eyes tightly and let out a shrill roar. His chest rose and fell rapidly. After a long time, 2 clear tears flowed from his eyes, slid down his cheeks and dripped to the ground. He did not wipe them away. How can I not know what you are saying? Every time I see my father struggling in pain, how can I feel good in my heart? Tai Bouillon murmured, Don't I know that my father is living a life worse than death? Don't I know that he yearns to end his life immediately? My father was originally a hero of the world, but now, he doesn't even have the strength to end his life with his own hands. How sad is this for a hero? Tai Bouillon wiped his tears fiercely and suddenly said in a low voice, But have you ever thought about me? Chapter 192. You're not me. You don't know how I feel. Tai Bouillon gritted her teeth. Although it was painful, as long as there was a breath, there was hope. Although the hope was slim and even laughable, there was still hope. I feel that every day is still full of hope. 17,000 years ago, when we were still eating raw meat and drinking blood, the first emperor of the First Empire, the emperor of the Oracle Empire, was on the verge of death. All the miracle doctors said that there was no way to save him, but at the last moment, a strange man came. With a heavy pill, the emperor recovered immediately. The emperor's injuries were much more serious than my father's. Tai Bouillon reached out and grabbed Chu Yang's collar. She hissed, He was the emperor. My father was also the emperor. But why didn't anyone send a heavy pill to my father? Why? Why? Heavy pill. Chu Yang felt like his heart was hit hard by a big hammer. That's right. It's the heavy pill. The truth of this matter has always been buried. No one has dared to speak out. Only the ancient records of the royal family have recorded bits and pieces of it. But it's precisely because of the royal records that there are no mistakes. Tai Butian roared angrily. Why didn't it happen when it came to my father? Chu Yang was speechless. He didn't know that there was such a thing. A heavy pill had actually appeared 17,000 years ago. That was to say, there was once a tribulation sword master 17,000 years ago. Only the tribulation sword master could produce the heavy pill. Everyone knows that my father is better off dead than alive. But even if we don't talk about family ties, if we talk about the political situation, if I let my father die, am I still human? Who will fight for Iron Cloud? Because Iron Cloud has such a heartless emperor. Who will be willing to fight for him? What conscience does a person who doesn't even care about his own father have? What right does he have to make others risk their lives for him? I don't want to think about this. It's too cruel. But I can't not think about it. Do you think that I, Tai Butian, want to be the emperor? Do you think that I really care about the throne? Do you think I really don't care about the world and the lives of the soldiers? Tai Butian glared at Chu Yang furiously. You were born in the wilderness. How much do you know about such politics? You only know what you should and shouldn't. But do you know that there is a clear line between what should and shouldn't? Tai Butian roared. Everything that seems to be a golden rule to all of you is a grave mistake when it's me who's doing it. As the emperor, millions of people are watching me. What do I have to do? I also want to ignore everything and just go to sleep, but I can't. I also want to work when the sun rises and rest when the sun sets. You know, that kind of civilian life is my dream, but I will never be able to get it. Even if Iron Cloud Nation is destroyed, I will not have it. Do you understand? Tai Butian said heavily, I'm very tired. I'm tired to death every day. But when I think about it, my imperial father is lying there. My imperial father is still there. He is still looking at me, looking at his son, working hard for Iron Cloud Nation. I don't feel tired. Do you understand this feeling? Father Emperor's birth. Well, from a small point of view, I lost my father. But from a large point of view, it concerns the life and death of millions of people within 13 million li of Iron Cloud. Tai Butian's voice slowly lowered. And now, the disappearance of Divine Dr. Du has caused my imperial father to lose all hope. I also don't want Divine Dr. Du to go missing, and I also don't want anything to happen to the emperor. Chu Yang slowly poured himself a cup of wine and said, but there is one thing that as the emperor, as the actual emperor, even if it is cruel, you have to see clearly. This matter, for Iron Cloud, is beneficial and not harmful. That's right. Tai Butian's voice was very cold. For a long time, I, the Emperor of Iron Cloud, have exercised my authority as the Emperor, but it has always been wrong. One country having two emperors is also a big taboo. With my imperial father gone, for Iron Cloud's imperial court, whether it's the military or the government, whether it's those who originally opposed me or those who agreed with me, they have to take a step further. For Iron Cloud, this is indeed beneficial and not harmful, especially in such an intricate and complicated situation where the country could be destroyed at any moment. Such a situation is indeed a good thing. Tai Butian smiled coldly. But who would have thought that this is how I feel? Have you thought about it? Tai Butian went straight to the point. Have you thought about it? Chu Yang was dejected and speechless. I'm not the kind of ambitious and ruthless person who has too much power, Tai Butian said quietly. He turned around, his thin shoulders trembling. At this moment, this Emperor Butian, who had always been wise and calm, actually looked so pitiful. I'm going to the palace. During this time, I'll have to trouble Minister Chu. Tai Butian took a deep breath and said, whether it's the compensation for the soldiers who died in battle, the search for spies, or the search for Divine Dr. Du's whereabouts, I believe Minister Chu will do a good job. Tai Butian turned around and said softly, my father only has a few days left. No matter what, I will. Take care of him. Even if the country is destroyed because of this, I will not hesitate." After he finished speaking, he quickly walked out. When he reached the door, he stopped and said softly, "Chu Yong, if Du Shiqing is not found, I will hate you. I will hate you for a lifetime." Tai Butian was not stupid. Du Shiqing walked out of Chu Yang's place and then disappeared. How could he not be suspicious? But he said, "I hate you and not I will kill you." This was somewhat thought-provoking. After he finished speaking, Tai Butian's figure disappeared from the door. Chu Yang stood at the door in a daze, looking outside. If someone could see his face behind the mask, they would be able to see that there was a fierce struggle on his face. Right now, Tai Shicheng's life was worse than death. Dying a bit earlier was a kind of relief for him. Moreover, it was a kind of favor. Everyone knew this. Forcefully dragging him out to prevent his death was too cruel for this once mighty monarch. This was also something everyone knew. Letting Tai Shicheng die at noon was not a sad thing for the entire country of Iron Cloud, but a kind of relief. Plus, Iron Cloud's political power would become more stable, and Tai Butian's position would finally be legitimate. For the war between the two countries, there was no more hidden worry. This was a great thing. Plus, Chu Yang choosing to let Du Shiqing disappear at this time was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. First, Du Shiqing was safe. Second, Iron Cloud Citadel was in chaos. There were still remnants of Golden Horse Riders Department left. This way, they could increase their search efforts. Most importantly, at this time, Golden Horse Riders Department's strength was greatly reduced. Of the 2 king-level leaders, one was dead, and the other was seriously injured. The 3 command horse riders were all dead. Golden Horse Riders Department's power in Iron Cloud was weakened to the lowest point in history. Plus, it had not been long since Tang Xianshang and the other spies were caught. Golden Horse Riders Department did not have enough time to reorganize. Tai Shicheng's death at this time was definitely outside of Diwu Qingrou's expectations. In Chu Yang's opinion, Diwu Qingrou might not even have enough time to react. This was because the people of Golden Horse Riders Department in Iron Cloud Citadel would not dare to contact Great Zhao. Like this, Diwu Qingrou's eyes were closed. As long as he did not know, or if he knew too late, then he would be able to smoothly pass through the chaos caused by Tai Shicheng's death in his previous life. This would quietly eliminate the greatest crisis of Iron Cloud, second only to Tai Butian's death. This was a good thing for Tai Shicheng, for Iron Cloud Citadel, and for millions of people. So many good things, so many benefits, but Chu Yang did not think about Tai Butian. He did not think about this problem from Tai Butian's point of view. Or maybe he thought about it, but ignored it. But now, Tai Butian's reaction made Chu Yang feel guilty. It made him start to think about what was right and wrong. His decision was not wrong, but he needed to reflect on his motives. No matter what, this caused a certain amount of harm to Tai Butian. Regardless of whether his motives were benevolent or selfish, at least if he said he felt guilty, then he would be letting Tai Butian down. Thinking about this, Chu Yang suddenly had a feeling. I want to change fate and change the world. Am I thinking too much from a selfish point of view? Thinking about this, Chu Yang became alert. He did not regret today's decision, but he set a rule for himself. In the future, when making a decision, he would think about it as much as possible. This was because he was afraid that he would regret it in the future. Or, at a certain time, when he thought about something, his conscience would feel uneasy. Chu Yang knew very well that this kind of mental torture was the greatest torture in the world. That kind of guilt was enough to torment a person to the brink of death. Chu Yang did not want to owe this kind of guilt for the rest of his life. In the afternoon, after searching for Yin Wu Fa and the others, there was no news. Chu Yang was about to go back to Heavenly Armament Pavilion when a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. "The Emperor wants to see you." "The Emperor wants to see me?" Chu Yang was stunned. "That Emperor? It's the current Emperor." The shadow explained stiffly, "Let's go." Chu Yang did not have time to reply before the shadow suddenly grabbed him. Then Chu Yang felt himself floating out the door. Then he floated out the door and floated to the Imperial Palace. Chu Yang was speechless. "Even if you want to take me away, you should at least tell me first, right? Especially when you take me away, and you don't show yourself. Everyone on the street will see me floating like a ghost. This kind of feeling was really depressing. The energy in your body is very strange. When the shadow put him down, he actually said something very strange. He frowned and shook his head. I have never seen it before. Then, without waiting for Chu Yang to reply, he disappeared. Chu Yang looked around and saw that he was already in the imperial palace. Outside a big hall, the air was filled with a strong smell of medicine. Through the tassels, he could vaguely see that Tai Butian was standing very carefully inside. He seemed to be bending over and saying something, but his voice was very low. After a while, Tai Butian turned his head and looked outside the door. He whispered, "Is Minister Chu outside?" Chu Yang said, "It is Chu Yang." Chapter 193. A servant quietly walked over and gently parted the tassels. After Chu Yang went in, he gently put them down and quietly left. From beginning to end, he did not make a single sound. Chu Yang went in and was stunned. In front of him, there was a soft chair. On top of it, there was a person leaning against it. Calling it a person was a bit of a stretch. It would be better to call it a skeleton. This person's entire body, excluding the bones, did not weigh more than half a pound. It could be said that it was a layer of wrinkled human skin stuck on top of a skeleton. On his face, there was not the slightest trace of blood. The only thing that had a bit of light was a pair of muddy eyes that were still flashing with the light of life. It was only when he opened his eyes that people could feel that he was still alive. There was a dark aura that belonged to the dead faintly emitted from this person who was still alive. He was wearing a bright yellow robe. This kind of noble robe could not hide the aura of this person. At this moment, his eyes were trying hard to look at Chu Yang. Chu Yang couldn't imagine how a person whose body had already reached such a level could sit up, even though he was just lying down. "You are Chu Yang?" This person's voice was very low. If one was not careful, one would not be able to hear it. However, the only fortunate thing was that although his words were vague, they could still be understood. Tai Butian was standing behind him with one hand on this person's shoulder. Tears were flowing as if they would fall at any moment. This person was the ruler of Iron Cloud Nation, Tai Shircheng, Tai Butian's biological father. He had been in a coma for a long time. Every time he was in a coma for more than 20 hours, but every time he woke up, it would not be more than 15 minutes. The most tragic thing was that every time he woke up, his mind would be absolutely clear. For a person with a body like this was the greatest torture. It was not as easy as being in a complete state of confusion. However, when he woke up this time and heard that Du Shiqing was missing, this ruler immediately urged Tai Butian to give him Dragon Spirit Incense. Dragon Spirit Incense was also called Soul-Returning Incense. It could make a person on the verge of death appear extremely excited for a period of time. He supported a dying person to finish what he wanted to say and finish what he wanted to do the most. However, this period of time was very short. Once this period of time passed, the soul flame would be completely extinguished. He was completely dead. "Yes," Chu Yang replied softly. He really didn't dare to speak forcefully. No matter how strong this monarch was, it felt as if he wouldn't be able to withstand the vibrations in the air. No need to be so polite. Tai Shircheng's eyes moved slightly. "Come closer. Let me take a look. You're standing so far away. I can't see your face clearly." Chu Yang agreed and took a few steps forward. He was only 5 steps away from Tai Shircheng, but he couldn't see him clearly. This monarch's eyesight was more or less the same. "Not bad. You are indeed talented." Tai Shircheng smiled. It would have been better if he didn't smile. Now that he did, it was as terrifying as a malicious spirit. "Your Majesty is too kind. Butian often talks about you in front of me." Haha, he thinks I can't hear him. In fact, I can hear everything. Tai Shircheng's smile had a hint of pride. He sighed and said, "Today is the most relaxed day I've had in 10 years. Behind him, Tai Butian's face clearly reddened and then became pale. "In this period of time, I know everything you've done." Tai Shircheng's eyes gradually brightened. Slowly, they became sharp. The aura of a monarch slowly spread out from his body and soul. This was the result of the dragon's spirit fragrance gradually taking effect in his body. You have done very well. Tai Shicheng's sharp eyes looked at Chu Yang and slowly said, I have told Butian many times that as a monarch, he must be ruthless. When it is time to kill, even if it is his own father or daughter, he must kill. There is nothing that cannot be sacrificed. This is the path of a monarch. The path of a monarch is a lonely one with many vicissitudes. However, he has always been somewhat indecisive on this point. Being a monarch is much more tiring than being a normal person. Some people you know should not be killed, but you still have to kill. Some people you can't bear to kill, but you still have to kill. Some things you know are wrong, but you still have to do. Because as a monarch, you have to bear all of this by yourself. Even though Tai Shicheng was looking at Chu Yang, these words did not seem to be directed to Chu Yang, but to Tai Butian. A monarch must think about the world, not himself, and definitely not his family. This is the sorrow of a monarch. Who in this world does not have feelings? A monarch also has feelings, but he cannot have them. Therefore, every monarch's heart is lonely, and also pitiful and sad. Every monarch's heart has countless debts of conscience. Day and night, they torture themselves. Therefore, for generations, the lifespan of a monarch is not. Tai Shicheng sighed. It was not known what he was thinking, but his eyes flashed with extreme regret and sorrow. Chu Yang did not know what to say to this dying monarch. He could only remain silent and not say a word. I ascended the throne at the age of 18. In a few years, I trained my soldiers and trained my horses. Looking at all the heroes in the world, no one could compare. This was the result of conquering the south and conquering the north. Just the sight of the wind swept away by the iron hooves. In just 5 years, I expanded Iron Cloud's territory by 1/3. At that time, I was full of ambition. I always felt that the world was in my hands, and this world would eventually be unified by me. Iron Cloud was stabilized. Great Zhao realized the threat of Iron Cloud and sent troops to attack. At that time, I was in the prime of my life and full of ambition. The sharpness of Iron Cloud's armors was unparalleled in the world. Even though Great Zhao had Diwu Qing Ro, it was difficult for them to resist the strength of my armors. At that time, Iron Cloud's army of 500,000 was 400 miles long. They faced Great Zhao's army of 400,000 at Twin Dragon Mountain. I had absolute confidence that I could defeat Diwu Qing Ro's army in one fell swoop. Then, with an unstoppable momentum, I would enter the hinterland of Great Zhao. After destroying Great Zhao, I would use the power of thunder to swallow limitless nation. I would complete the dominion of lower 3 heavens. Tai Shicheng's voice slowly turned from hoarse to impassioned. His face also gradually turned red. His eyes suddenly became domineering and awe-inspiring. It was as if he was recalling the days when he led millions of soldiers to conquer the world. However, at the beginning of the decisive battle, we were suddenly attacked by suicide soldiers. 30 revered martial artists sneaked into the camp and tried to assassinate me. However, this was not enough. There was also a mysterious archer who shot an arrow at me from 100 feet away. Tai Shicheng's eyes revealed a powerless hatred. It was that arrow that dragged my life from the peak to hell. The poison on the arrow had no antidote. In that battle, without a leader, the army was defeated. I retreated back to Iron Cloud Citadel like a turtle and lingered on my last breath until today. Tai Shicheng's voice gradually became low. 10 years ago, I should have died. Only now did I die. I really made them wait for too long. Tai Shicheng sighed and closed his eyes. 2 streams of tears quietly rolled down his face. Chu Yang quietly said, Your Majesty, do you have any unfinished business? Right now, to say things like, Your Majesty's body is in good health and you can relax your heart is not only inappropriate, but also stupid. Chu Yang knew that if Tai Shicheng wanted to see him, it was not just to say a few words. If he wanted to say something, there were so many officials he could say it to. Why did he have to say it to someone he met for the first time? Unfinished business. There are too many. Too much. Tai Shicheng's body suddenly trembled. His voice was filled with extreme disappointment and regret that his ambition had not been fulfilled. Unfinished business is ironclad. Tai Shi-chung sighed. Tai Shi-chung sighed and suddenly asked, Minister Chu, as a dying man, I ask you to stay in ironclad. Is that possible? Chu Yang was startled and raised his head to look at him. Bu Tian, this child, has the heart and temperament to be a king. He has plenty of strategy, but not enough ruthlessness. Tai Shi-chung's skeletal eyes looked deeply at Chu Yang. Minister Chu is decisive and efficient. You can perfectly make up for Bu Tian's lack of ruthlessness. The two of you together are a pair made by the heavens. Tai Shi-chung's voice was a little strange. I am very sorry, but I cannot stay. Chu Yang was silent for a while before replying apologetically. If you stay, I can make the decision to betroth my only daughter to you. Tai Shi-chung stared at Chu Yang and said, Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. You marry my daughter, and from then on you will be the regent of Iron Cloud Nation. You will have absolute power, and you will be at the pinnacle of power. Behind him, Tai Bu Tian lowered his head. He gently bit his lips and said, Father, Minister Chu, your daughter is the #1 beauty of Iron Cloud Nation. Tai Shi-chung did not pay attention to Tai Bu Tian. He only looked at Chu Yang. She will have the pinnacle of power and wealth as her dowry. Are you willing to stay? The #1 beauty, the pinnacle of power, and the riches and honor of the nation. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. This is indeed an irresistible temptation. It's not small, but this Chu's heart belongs to someone else. Moreover, my lifelong ambition is not to stay in the lower 3 heavens. Chu Yang smiled. Your Majesty's good intentions. I can only thank you in my heart. Tai Shi-chung's sunken eyes suddenly shot out 2 sharp rays of light. After a long time, he said weakly, Good, good. You are indeed king of Hell Chu. He coughed twice and said casually, Minister Chu, I want to ask you something. You must answer truthfully. Chapter 194. Chu Yang pondered for a moment. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart for a long time, he said, I know about Mr. Du's disappearance. Tai Bu-tian's countenance changed drastically. He had already had this guess and premonition in his heart a long time ago, but now that Chu Yang had personally said that he knew, it still shook him to his core. Tai Shi-chung, on the other hand, smiled with satisfaction and said, Only knowing? Chu Yang was silent for a while and said, I only know. I also did not think that Senior Du would disappear so quickly or so coincidentally. In the end, Chu Yang still chose to keep it a secret. Oh, Senior Du said that staying in Iron Cloud is his greatest danger. Chu Yang said casually, Yes. Tai Shi-chung and Tai Bu Tian behind him nodded at the same time. Tai Shi-chung chuckled and said, The matter of Du Shi-chung treating my injuries before the 10 most urgent matters. Tai Shi-chung and Bu Tian both know this clearly. Him staying here is indeed a great danger. Chu Yang was shocked. He looked at Tai Bu Tian, and Tai Bu Tian also looked at him with a complicated expression. So Tai Bu Tian already knew about this matter. Yet, he was able to control himself perfectly even when he was fully aware of the situation. Allowing Du Shi-chung to heal his father. The pressure on his heart was unimaginable. If Du Shi-chung could do it the first time, who knows if he could not do it the second time? Continue speaking. Tai Shi-chung's spirit was at its peak at this moment. His Majesty's illness cannot be delayed for much longer. Senior Du said that even if he tried his best, His Majesty could only be delayed for 2 more months. At that time, Du Shi-chung will definitely die. Chu Yang said casually, Yes. Whether it is Bu Tian or Diwu Qingro at that time, they will not let him go. Hearing Tai Shi-chung's words, Chu Yang could not help but stare at him. This sickly king had already foreseen what would happen in the future. If we do not kill Du Shi-chung, we will not be able to answer to Iron Cloud. But if we kill Du Shi-chung, the consequences will be unimaginable. Du Shi-chung's death will be a great help to Diwu Qingro. This will be his lifetime of medical connections. Yes. This Chu has received news that if His Majesty passes away, Diwu Qingro will begin his grand scheme. At that time, Iron Cloud will be in chaos. Diwu Qingro had a great chance of succeeding. Even if it doesn't work, Iron Cloud's vitality will be greatly damaged. Tai Shicheng pondered for a moment and slowly said, "That's right." At that time, it was indeed Iron Cloud's greatest crisis, and the only way to resolve that crisis is to fight to the death. But I've told Butian many times, but he turned a deaf ear. Mr. Dean's disappearance has caught everyone off guard. Although I am aware of it, I still feel that it is too sudden. Chu Yang said solemnly, however, after this matter passed, I realized that we were caught unprepared. I'm afraid Diwu Qingro was even more caught unprepared. Well said. Tai Shicheng praised. Now, I can finally be at ease. He paused and said sternly, Bhutan, no matter what happens in the future, you must not make things difficult for Minister Chu. Minister Chu is a far-sighted person. He will definitely be your greatest help. Tai Butian sadly closed his eyes. After a long time, he softly agreed. After I was injured, I wanted to take care of myself, but at that time, Butian was still young and I was worried. So I forced myself to hold on. Later on, I could not die even if I wanted to. Tai Shicheng said happily, now that Minister Chu is here, I can finally rest assured. I have been waiting for this day for more than 3 years. It has been very tiring. It has been very tiring. Very tiring. Tai Shicheng's expression darkened. The red glow on his face began to fade. The effect of the dragon's spirit incense had begun to wear off. Tai Shicheng leaned against the wall. His eyes suddenly became blurred. There was an unspeakable longing and yearning in them. He murmured, Empress, I will be reunited with you soon. All these years, have you ever blamed me? Lianer, Meng'er, Qing'er. Tai Shicheng murmured the names of his beloved wives and daughters that he had killed with his own hands. Suddenly, sorrow came from his heart. He suddenly cried out, I want to die. I want to die. I want to ugh. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. As a king, everyone saw his honor and glory, but who knew how much a king had to endure? The pain of this king in front of him was something that normal people would not even dare to imagine. If there is an afterlife. The light in Tai Shicheng's eyes became dimmer and dimmer. He murmured, the road to becoming a king is long and full of blood. The country is always in my heart, but I have no choice but to sweep away my tears with a butcher's knife. My beloved wives and daughters are wronged souls. In this life, I do not go far on the road to the underworld. In the next life, I will abandon my roots. I will not go far. Haha. Tai Shicheng smiled weakly and said, love to rise, but don't rise. His eyes suddenly emitted a very bright light. He was happy and elated. It was as if he could see his beloved on the road to the underworld, waiting to be reunited with him. Then, the light in his eyes suddenly went out. This king was still in his original position, but there was no longer any life in his body. The ruler of Iron Cloud Nation, Tai Shicheng, died today. Imperial Father, don't leave me behind. Tai Butian let out a shrill cry, her eyes suddenly widening in despair. She hugged Tai Shicheng's thin body tightly and used her face to rub desperately against her father's face, as if she wanted to pass the warmth of her body to her father. Then, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and softly fell down. His eyes were closed and he was unconscious. Chu Yang sighed. Chu Yang sighed sadly. He didn't know what to feel as he watched the emperor finish his life's journey in front of his eyes. He thought back to what Tai Shicheng had just said. Lian ascended the throne at the age of 18. Within 10 years, he trained his troops and trained his horses. Looking at all the heroes in the world, there was no one who could match him. Conquering the south and conquering the north, he was invincible at the mere sight of the wind. Wherever he pointed, the ice melted. In just 5 years, he expanded Iron Cloud's territory by 1/3. At that time, Lian was full of ambition. He always felt that the world was in my hands, and the world would eventually be unified by me. Wherever he pointed, he was invincible at the mere sight of the wind. Wherever he pointed, the ice melted. How majestic was this? How domineering was this? Looking at the body in front of him now, so thin that only his bones were left. Such a strong contrast made one's heart ache. The deepest pain in this king's heart was probably that he killed his own empress and his own daughter with his own hands. Even in death, he still could not forget. But at that time, why did he act so viciously? This reason, even in death, he did not say. If this was a secret, then Tai Shi-chang had undoubtedly brought this secret to his grave. In this life, he did not go far on the road to the underworld. In the next life, he would abandon his roots of riches and honor. He would not step on the rainbow-colored path of the cold sky. He would live a carefree life in the mountains and rivers. A king, before he died, left behind these words, "I will live a carefree life in the mountains and rivers." This made one sigh even more deeply. This throne, who knows how many people in the world dreamed of sitting on it, but the one who actually sat on it left behind such sentiments and wishes before he died. Wasn't this a huge irony? This king, when he was on the verge of death, did not summon his ministers to carry out the matter of entrusting his children to Tai Bu-tian. It was obvious that he was very confident in Tai Bu-tian. Furthermore, by not doing so, he had also given Tai Bu-tian an extremely clear hint: in the future, it will be your world. Chu Yang quietly retreated. Along the way, he did not let anyone stop him. He knew that Tai Bu-tian urgently needed someone to accompany him, but this person could not be him. Tai Bu-tian hated him too much right now. He could only wait until he had endured this period of pain. But no matter what, Tai Shi-chang had died at this time, half a year earlier than in his previous life. Moreover, the harsh winter was about to arrive. The border would be stable for a period of time. In this kind of weather, Diwu Qingro would not have the time to do anything. This meant that Iron Cloud's biggest crisis had quietly passed. But walking on the road, Chu Yang felt as if his heart was filled with lead. He did not feel the slightest bit of joy. Walking out of the palace, Chu Yang's heart was heavy. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his face. It's snowing. It's snowing. Somewhere, there was a cry of surprise. Chu Yang looked up and saw the fluttering snowflakes gently falling down. In an instant, the whole world became misty. Right now, late autumn had just passed, and it was only the beginning of winter. Iron Cloud Citadel's first snow had already fallen so early. Chu Yang walked quietly on the road. His body slowly turned snow-white, and the ground was also covered in a layer of white. The snowflakes that fell first quickly melted, but the snowflakes that fell later also scrambled to cover the traces of melting. Slowly, the ground became silvery white. Within half an hour, heaven and earth became covered in a layer of silver. Chu Yang breathed in the cold air. He felt his almost frozen thoughts become active in an instant. He turned back to look at the majestic imperial city. It stood quietly in the white snow. He was speechless. It was as if they were silently mourning the passing of a king. No matter what, today, we have finally entered a new era, Chu Yang thought to himself. Then he took large strides and walked toward Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Heavy snow. Chu Yang's thoughts became clear. It was as if his heart was following the fluttering snowflakes and melting into the endless sky. Creaking sounds came from under his feet. Chu Yang suddenly remembered. In his previous life, Qingwu used to love snow the most. Every time it snowed, she would always quietly stand in the snow with an umbrella in her red dress. At that time, it was the most peaceful and beautiful memory in Chu Yang's heart. That kind of elegance, that kind of beauty, every time Chu Yang thought about it, his heart trembled. Qingwu, what are you doing right now? Chu Yang's figure finally disappeared into the wind and snow. Even though Tai Shi-chang had been bedridden for many years and the people of Iron Cloud were already prepared for his death still shook Iron Cloud. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.